Hello, everyone. It is my huge pleasure to welcome you all today. My name is Hannah Hölling, and as a research professor and project lead, I am delighted to co-host this colloquium organized within the context of our research projects, performance, conservation, materiality, knowledge. I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers who are with us today, my colleagues, and everyone joining us here at HKB Auditorium and from all corners of the world. And we know we have really amazing audiences out there. I extend a warm welcome to you also on behalf of my colleagues, including postdoctoral fellow Jules Perta-Feldman, doctoral candidate Emily Magnon, our incoming artistic collaborator Joanna Leśnierowska, and project assistants Elektra D'Emilio and Charles Rappner, who also supports us today together with Krzysztof Jaworowski as a technical specialist. Just to mention that Jules and Emily were really instrumental in organizing this event, and their hard work has made this colloquium possible. And you will hear more from them very soon. Our project team has been generously supported by the Swiss National Science Foundation, the HKB Research Division, and the Department of Materiality in Art and Culture here at Bern Academy of the Arts. Today's colloquium marks an important milestone in our project's journey, as we are coming close to the end of the third year of the project. It is also the third in a series of annual colloquiums following the highly successful Performance Conservation Interdisciplinary Perspectives in September 2022 and Performance, the Ethics and the Politics of Care colloquium held in May 2021. And we are excited to announce that the essays authored by our contributors, enriched by several new chapters from invited guests, are forthcoming this fall from Routledge, and the second volume is in preparation. Recording from this event, just for all of you who missed them, are also available on our website, www.performanceconservationmaterialityknowledge.ch. It's a long URL, but it's very kind of, it's the same as our project name, basically. Once you remember it, it's very, very simple to recover. The website also is important because it serves as a reflection of our diverse engagements with performance conservation. Among other things, you can find our interview series on it, 2 Questions, which features over 18 interviews, including also very recent Ido Feathers, who is here with us today. And I really encourage you to look it up and look the entire series. Additionally, you will also find our writings on the website that reflect or report on our encounters with artists, scholars from all over the world. Our project, Performance, Conservation, Materiality, Knowledge, explores the possibility and meaning of conservation, of conserving performance. Historically, performance works with their ephemerality, site sensitivity, embeddedness in history, and connection to the artist's body have been considered outside the scope of conservation, which has traditionally focused on objects rather than living bodies. However, the intersection of performance and conservation offers a fascinating opportunity for theoretical and practical investigation. Through the lens of conservation, what is performance and what it might become? What can this new perspective reveal about performance, and what can it teach us about conservation? While live performance was once considered an outsider in the art world, it is now accepted by major museums and collections worldwide. However, the challenges of preserving and resurrecting performance remain for conservation due to its persistent focus on objects and specific notions of temporality. Although recent conservation practice has made progress in critical, creative, and reflective thinking towards changeable, aleatoric, chance-based, and processual works, conventional thinking still struggles to treat performance works that go beyond physical objects or written visual documentation. Today's colloquium features performance artists sharing their personal relationship with conservation, their perspectives on how to sustain the life of performance into the future, and what conservation means in their work. While some artists view conservation as contradictory to the concepts of live performance, others embrace reenactment, reperformance, or documentary media. Through their presentations, and I also want to mention or include all the artists that contributed to our questionnaire, whether performance might be conserved and how, that we will also display on slides during our breaks for snacks. So their contribution is also here very interesting and important. So through all those presentations by the present artists and those who contributed online, we will hear how performance itself serves to conserve, revisit, and reinterpret the past, and how artists sometimes perform the work of conservation by transforming their own work or creatively interpreting past events. And I'm passing on to Jules, who will introduce the speakers, and later to Emily, who will make further introductions.
Thank you, Hannah. Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning and good evening to those of you who are with us online. My name is Jules Pelt-Feldman, and I am the postdoctoral fellow for our research project, and I share my colleagues' enthusiasm in welcoming you here today. The artists we will hear from today come from different corners of the world and have very different approaches to art making and art theorizing. We feel very lucky indeed to be able to benefit from their diverse experiences, perspectives, ideas, and bodily practices. In briefly introducing our speakers, I am regrettably unable to list their many awards, exhibitions, and other accomplishments, but you will find more information about each of them on our website, performanceconservationmaterialityknowledge.com, or you can scan the QR code on the flyer that is posted on the door. For our first speaker, Christian Felsnes, art is an arena for staging social experiments. Felsnes was born in Denmark and lives in Berlin. His performance works pose hard questions about the complex relationships between artist, performer, and viewer, while also implicating the political and institutional structures in which all three are enmeshed. Audiences may be invited, provoked, or dared to enter into the situations he stages. Felsnes has said that, quote, "The audience is my material." Our second speaker is David Christel-Sanvy, a Geneva-based artist who crafts rigorous, demanding performances that bring audiences' attention to the spaces and bodies occupied by performer and viewer alike. In fact, Sanvy's performances are so rigorous that she is unable to join us in person today due to injury, but we will be speaking with her remotely. Sanvy uses performance to investigate architectural space, history, memory, personal identity, and relationships between people. Her work is also archived, historicized, and discoursed upon the recent history of performance art in Switzerland. After David Christel-Sanvy, we will have a 30-minute break, and then we will give the floor to Swiss performer, writer, curator, and educator Pascal Grau. Grau understands performance as a practice of remembering and sees the body as a storehouse of cultural memories. She uses her own body to skewer the history of art, playfully subverting the audience's expectations and bringing past and present into dialogue. Grau has also very much catalyzed the cause of performance documentation, ensuring that this work is accessible to future generations and inspiring our own research into conservation. We will then hear from Ido Feder, an Israeli choreographer, performance curator, and artistic director whose work explores extended choreography, gang formation, and dance and performance ceremonies. Feder's works often investigate how dance's heritage might be transformed in the present as well as in the future. For him, returning to performance's past also represents preparation for a world yet to come. The following speakers will be jointly Dorota Gaveda and Egla Kodukaita, who work collaboratively across a broad range of media, extending from painting and sculpture to performance and video and even into fragrance. Their artistic research weaves together ecology and technology, science and magic. Gaveda and Kodukaita's works question the material limits of the body, thus destabilizing the separation of artistic media and bringing elements of performance into unexpected forms. After Gaveda and Kolbokaita, we will have another 30-minute break, and afterwards we will hear from our final speaker, Rosanna Raymond. Raymond joins us today from Aotearoa, also known as New Zealand, where she has a multifaceted practice with performance at its center. For Raymond, all heritage, whether tangible or intangible, is alive, and thus requires living performance and re-embodiment for its continued flourishing. Raymond's performances not only expose and critique the colonialism of Western museum practices, but also propose other methods for keeping culture alive. And after Rosanna Raymond, we will invite all speakers to the stage for what is sure to be a rousing discussion. We hope that all of you will join in throughout the day by asking questions. We have dedicated time for questions after each presentation, and of course during the panel. And of course, we also hope that you'll stay with us to the end of the day, when we'll move to a more casual and social format during the apéro to follow. And those of you joining us online are invited to pose questions in the chat. Despite their diversity, each of our speakers has been invited not only because of the strength of their performance practices and the clarity of their ideas, but also because each speaker shares with my colleagues and myself an interest in the past and future of performance, of questioning and reinventing techniques of transmission, as well as modes of reception. Throughout the almost 3 years of our joint research so far, Emily, Hannah, and I have found once and again that artists provide some of the most original, thoughtful, and even useful approaches to the conservation of performance, through writing, teaching, and curating, as much as through movement, embodiment, and performance itself. We therefore believe that listening to artists speak is one of the most profound contributions we can make to the longevity and robustness of performance. And now I will quite literally hand the mic to my colleague, Emily Magnan.
Too small for this stand. Hi, my name is Émilie Magnan. I am an art conservator myself and a doctoral candidate in this research project. I join my colleague in welcoming you here today for our first in-person event in 3 years. And I would like to address a warm thank you to the many people that made today's event possible. First, I want to acknowledge our friends and colleagues from the Bern Academy of the Arts and thank them for their support, not only for this event, but over the last 3 years. Sebastian Dobruskin, the director of Institute of Materiality in Art and Culture, our other team members that couldn't be here today, Joanna Lesznichowska, newly artistic collaborator on the project, and Valerian Mali, former artistic collaborator, and our project assistant, Electra D'Emilio. And a big thank you to our wonderful project assistant, Charles Rappner, and to our technical assistant, Krzysztof Jaworowski, who both worked very hard on all the technical aspects of this event here in the auditorium and online. Thank you also to our dear Daniela Wüttrich at the Research Secretariat for her administrative and organizational support. Thank you to Nathalie Perne and Kerstin Linder for their help with the media presence. And to our colleagues from Activating Fluxus project, Aga Vielosha and Josie Ellis, for joyful exchanges in the office and for helping us with the flyers and many other things. Thank you to Raymond Taubin-Chabot in the IT department, to Mark Wiedmer from Hausdienst, and to the Media Lab for the help. And thank you also to the team of Buffet Nord who will provide food and drinks during the breaks and the apéro. And last but not least, thank you to our audience here and online and to our brilliant speakers for what promises to be a great day of exchanges. Right before we start, just a few words about housekeeping. Like Jules already mentioned, we'll have the day split into 3 sessions. Between the sessions, we will have 30 minutes breaks with drink and snacks in the foyer just outside this room. And we planned a few minutes after each talk for Q&A. And for those attending online, you can type your question in the comment section of the YouTube stream, I think. Yes. Is that working, actually? Great. So any issue online, please write them on the YouTube stream, and Charles will convey them to us. There will also be an opportunity for more questions and interaction during the final panel discussion at 6 p.m. And at the end of the day, as said, we hope that you will all join us for the apéro. In case you need them, you will find the bathroom on the middle floor, so right down the first flight of stairs on the way that you came up. And should we have any question or issue, you can just reach out to one of us in the room or in the chat. And finally, I would like to remind everyone that this event is being recorded and it will be made available online. Thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Christian Felsnes. Are you using this computer?
Yes.
Okay, so let you set it up.
My microphone works, right? Okay. Is there a lot of echo or? Okay, less than before, because otherwise I was thinking maybe we can turn down the speakers in the room. You can still use it for online, but maybe we can try if that's better. No? Okay. So first of all, thank you for the wonderful introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be able to speak with all of you, and I'm also looking very much forward to hear all the presentations from my colleagues, since this is a topic that interests me quite a lot. I would like to make a brief introduction to my practice and my thoughts about conservation and preservation of performance, and then I will focus my presentation on 3 different performance works that are all included in different collections, and talk a little bit about how that work and how those work functions in practice. So I have been doing performance for around 20 years, and have been undergoing quite a drastic development through that period. I started out very inspired by feminist performance art from the 60s and 70s, with an idea of wanting to explore my own identity and body in relation to society around me. I did performance for around 5 years before I was ever accepted into an art school. So all of my early performances took place in public space, on the streets and the trains. And as I started to become more involved in the art world and started to do more performances in front of invited audiences, I always thought it was a little bit weird to uphold this division between myself standing and creating some kind of artificial situation and the audience sitting in front of me, looking at me. So I had this idea of trying to include the audience into the performance. And one of the ideas behind that was that I experienced myself how transformative it can be to experience yourself performing. Because when you are performing, you yourself become an artwork. And this reflection of the artwork that is somehow an integrated part of how we see and experience art, I believe can be transferred onto yourself if you are the artwork that is being exhibited. And I just also thought that it's a lot of fun to do performances, and I wanted to share that experience. So I started to think about ways in which I could make the audience part of my performances. And I very quickly ran into a problem, namely that it's not enough to have an idea of what I want the audience to do. I also have to find a way to make them actually do it. And the more I experimented with different ways to address the audience and try to convince them to be part of my performances, since they are not prepared for that, the more I realized that things like authority, power, hierarchy plays an extremely important role. And I realized that one of the reasons why I am able to make other people part of my artwork is because as an artist, I already have a position pretty high in the hierarchy of the art world. People come to the museum to see me perform. The curator introduces me. I'm standing already on a stage. I have a microphone. All of these things give me an authority that can be directly transferred to my power in that situation. So I try to somehow explore that and find ways in which I could make that relationship apparent. So rather than okay, let me start another somewhere else. When I started to read and study other examples of participatory art, social projects, there was always this notion that participatory art is fundamentally democratic, that it gives power to the viewer, that it tears down the hierarchies of the art world. But what I experienced was exactly the opposite, as I said before. So what I tried was, rather than uphold this idea of the participatory performance as a democratic, anti-hierarchical event, I tried to display the inherent power relations of that dynamic. And for quite a while, I explored my role. I continued somehow this thread from my early performances, exploring my own identity, my own body, but in relation to the audience. And I tried to see how far I could push this dynamic and in how many different directions I could take it. And as far as preservation or conservation of those performances goes, the way I tried to do it was mainly through video documentation. In the beginning, I had this idea of trying to do some kind of objective documentation. So I would put a tripod in the corner with a camera, and then I quickly saw that these videos were not only not objective, they were also incredibly boring to watch. So I started to work more closely together with camera people and tried to create storyboards and somehow develop a way in which I could document these performances. And I would like to, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, to show a couple of excerpts from some video documentations of performance works.
Move around among each other. Move around the stage slowly and sexily. Now dance close to each other. Dance close and slowly. I want you to touch each other. Dance close to each other. Dance slow and touch each other. And touch yourself. Touch all the body that is available to you in this very moment. Just move around the stage among each other. Don't stay in a fixed position. Keep dancing and keep touching. Dance close and express your innermost desires in this very moment. Maybe some of you can hold hands. Hold hands with the people standing next to you. Hold hands and continue to move. Continue to dance. Yes. Try to change your positions and go through the crowd and feel all the bodies on the stage.
Can we shift back to my screen? Yes, thank you. So I really love working with video, and I think there is a very interesting aspect of documenting a performance, and especially showing it in the same space where it's done, because not only can all the people who participate in the performance come back and see themselves with some kind of reflected distance, but all the other visitors going to that exhibition will also recognize the space, and a lot of the times the people as well. And it's a way to create another reflective element, so to say. But there are also a couple of problems related with video documentation as a form of preservation. And one of the main problems that I discovered is related to the performance itself. And that has to do with the presence of the camera in the space. The presence of a camera always alters the situation. Because the performative presence of the camera team is so strong, you cannot have a camera team present without somehow acknowledging their existence. And the way I tried to deal with that was by making the camera team an integrated part of the performance. So rather than making a performance that is documented by a camera, I tried to make a performance for the camera. So the central aspect of the performance is to stage a performance for the camera. Another problem relates to my original idea of including the audience, which is to share the experience of performing. And if this is only possible for the people who attend the opening, I feel that something is missing for the rest of the people who go to see the exhibition, who only sees a video documentation, especially if it's shown in other places where it doesn't have that direct relation to the place in which it's shown. So maybe here, Akademie der Künste in Berlin, it's interesting for the people who go there to go to the Akademie der Künste and see a video documentation of the performance. But if it's shown afterwards in other contexts, somehow it gets removed from the relation to the original space and time and to the original people who took part in it. So I tried to think a little bit more about how I could somehow make my performances adapt to the exhibition format in a better way, to share the experience of performing with all the visitors who would go to see an exhibition. And I also started to become interested in removing myself more from my works, as you can see from these images and also from the video clips. In the first probably 10 years of my performance career, I was very present in all the works. And even though I tried to include the audience and make the work about audience participation, they somehow always revolve around me as a performative figure. And people started to come to me and say things like, these works are only possible because you are so charismatic and you are such a great performer. And for me, it was not about showing how great of a performer I am. It was about showing how easily those techniques can be implemented, and how actually anybody who would employ the same techniques and use the structures of the art world the same way that I do would be able to do exactly the same thing. So I started, for example, to work with other performers who would re-perform some of my earlier works. For example, the dancer and choreographer Careth Schaefer from Berlin, or the actress Minnie Mertens from Copenhagen. And then I also started to develop works that are not revolving around a leader figure the same way as the works I have been showing here are. And I would like to give 3 examples of performance works that functions within the context of the exhibition formats and that are already included in museum collections. So we can talk a little bit about how that works and what they actually own and how they are able to display it. So the first work I want to talk about is a performance called A Good Reason is One That Looks Like One. And in this work, there is a sound file installed in the room on speakers. And on this sound file, there is a voice. And every around 1 to 2 minutes, the voice describes a new situation. And those situations are mostly very simple and very easy to understand. For example, everybody lies down on the floor. Everybody touches another person's ass. Everybody holds one person in the air, and so on and so forth. And they just keep going. So every 1 to 2 minutes, the voice describes a new situation. And then there is an instructor present in the room whose only job is to make sure that everybody who is present in that room actually performs the situations described. So mostly when new people enter the room, the instructor has to be a little bit more present and a little bit more persuasive. But as soon as people start to understand how the game works, they mostly take over themselves, and the instructor can step back and let people themselves interpret and perform the situations described. For me, the interesting thing about this work is not so much the choreography itself or the instructions themselves, but much more how the people who are present in the room where the work is shown at any given time interpret and negotiate these situations between each other. How do they come to a common understanding of if and how they perform the situations, how far they want to go, how much respect for each other's personal boundaries, and so on and so forth. And since there is absolutely no force holding them in the room, they can go and come as they want. It also adds this element of personal choice where you can submit yourself to the situation and you can try to see how it is to follow this kind of collective choreography, this almost swarm intelligence that keeps like performing these different situations, or you can leave if you feel uncomfortable. And what I find interesting as well is that the instructor, the higher instructor, is not the performer. The performers are actually the visitors who go to see the exhibition, the place where it's shown. So in that way, where, as I talked about in the beginning of my work, where it was all about my own role, my own body, my own identity, in this case, it becomes about the bodies and identities of the visitors going to the museum. And this work is in the collection of the National Gallery of Denmark. And they have already showed it once. And apart from the sound file, I include an instruction manual for the instructor where there is a set of rules that they have to follow, how they address people. For example, they never ask questions, so they would never go to a visitor and say, would you like to come over here and lie down on the floor? They always say, lie down on the floor. So they give direct imperatives, for example. There are also instructions on their body language and how to behave if people, for example, refuse to take part, or if someone bothers the other visitors, all stuff like that. I also created a video tutorial where you can see me direct a group of people through all the situations that the instructors can watch to see examples of how to deal with it. Another work I would like to show is called Feet. It was originally shown at the Pinchuk Art Center in Kiev and is currently in the collection of the Kaiser Wilhelm Museum in Krefeld. And in this work, there is always a director and a camera operator present. And the camera is connected to a video display in the room and is always sending live, but without recording. So there's always a live stream from the room in the room itself. And the director gives instructions to everybody moving through the room and makes them perform for the camera. Some of the situations are centered around group situations. Some instructions are centered around interaction between one visitor and the camera, and other are centered around, for example, 2 visitors with each other or 3 visitors with each other. So depending on how many people are present in the room, you will either constantly be involved, or you can go in and out of being a spectator and being a performer. So you could say that Feed is actually a video installation, but the only way to see the video is to take part in its production in real time. And again, this also relates to not only the performative presence of the camera that I described earlier, but also this aspect of self-reflection, and also how much difference there is between experiencing a performance in real life and experiencing it mediated through the camera. And in this case, you can see both at the same time. And as you can see, there's also a mirror, so there's even one more layer of reflection where you can see yourself perform on the screen, in the mirror, and in real life, so to say. And the way it's collected work pretty much the same. There is an installation manual to how to set up the whole installation, a performance script where all the different instructions are described, and a performance manual for the performers describing how they have to direct and approach the visitors, as well as a video tutorial. And where the work I showed before, A Good Reason is One That Looks Like One, can more or less be performed by everybody. This work requires professional performers because it's quite a bit more challenging, and it also requires professional camera operators. So it's a little bit more specialized and a little bit more difficult to stage, but still only with the information that I provide the museum, they are able to stage it and show it wherever they want and whenever they want. And the last work I would like to show is called First. And First is in the collection of Centre Pompidou in Paris, where it's currently on display until August, I think, as a part of a presentation of the museum collection. And in First, there is a video studio and a video display. And every morning, the first visitor who arrives to the exhibition is brought into the video studio, put in front of the camera, and then they are asked and directed to perform in front of the camera. And then the video recording is being installed on the video display, the projection, and then it's shown for the whole day. And in the evening or in the afternoon, when the museum closes, the video is deleted. And then the day after, the same process takes place. And this is a little bit different than the other works, mainly because it's not centered around group dynamics, but about one single person. So it's about individual expression. And the person who is the first visitor has a lot of opportunity to express themselves. They have to talk about statements they find important. They have to tell the audience a secret. And they also have to give everybody who sees that video that day an instruction that they have to perform in the room. So a lot of power to that person. If the person, the first visitor of the day, refuses, then there is a text installed on the screen that says, the first visitor today declined to be filmed, therefore First cannot be shown today. So it's also about this responsibility where one person actually becomes responsible for producing the content for one whole day. And this work as well can be performed by almost everybody. They have a whole team that is responsible for turning on video installations every morning. They have so many technical, not only video, any kind of technical installation, sound, AV, and so on. They go around before the exhibition opens and turn on all the technical installations before the exhibition opens and turn it off in the day. And in this case, they have been trained to be able to do this. So after they turn on all the other installations, they go in front of this work and wait for the first visitor, and then they go through the whole performance and recording process and install it afterwards. And the script is relatively simple, so they can read it up from a printed script. And with all of these works, I also allow the owner of the work to contact me anytime they want to show it, or anytime they have showed it with questions. And every type of knowledge that we produce as the result of showing the work, because you always learn something, there's always unexpected moments when you work with visitors. We can adapt the script or include new amendments to the certificate and the performance script, so it can change over time as we gain knowledge from actually exhibiting the work. So yeah, this was some examples of my work and the way it can be conserved. So I would like to open up for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you so much, Christian. It's amazing examples and amazing to see all the intricacies between audience, performer, and documentation, and all these layers that it feels like your performances are, if not conserving, at least documenting themselves. I think it's from a conservator perspective, basically documenting and documenting. This is really amazing to see an artist like taking this extra step and thinking about how my work is preserved. So I was curious, this kind of process for collecting your work with documentation that you provide, with instruction, and with this adaptative script that learns from itself or from past performances. Did you come up with that? Was that in collaboration with museums? Where does it come from?
This came from, long before anybody were ever interested in buying any of my works. I already had a lot of experience performing and showing them. And I could see that I would adapt the script every time it got shown, because I learned something new about what happens when it's shown. So therefore, already the first time I had the opportunity to sell a performance work, I was already conscious about the fact that it might need to be adapted over time. And it's very important for me also to allow that, because, as I said, when you work with such an unpredictable material like the audience, there's really a lot that you cannot foresee. Even though I have become pretty good over the years at predicting how a performance works in real life, I still get surprised like almost every time. So that's a fundamental aspect of doing works like this, I think. And also, if you think about an even longer time frame, societies, culture, a lot of things can change that might make it necessary to adapt or change certain aspects of the works. And I think that's important to allow as well.
Thanks. And I love that you called audience and predictive material, especially for contemporary conservators working with unstable materials. That's also material for thoughts.
And that's also, just to answer to that, that's also one of the reasons why it's so important for me to not only show, but also preserve these works within the context of the institution, because they actually provide the main material for the work, which is the exhibition visitors.
Thanks. Before we open up, do my colleagues want to ask something?
I can go next if someone wants to ask. Please just raise your hand. Christian, thank you so much. That's so interesting. I'm very interested. Actually, I had another question, but I would be very interested in pushing you on this notion of unpredictability or predictability of the audience behaviors, because I think, obviously in conservation, we have, as Emily mentioned, lots of kind of thinking around audience behaviors and trying to kind of, report audience relationship with the work, whether this is performance, but also installation art or media art. So I wonder, how you deal with this unpredictability, whether there is a certain kind of, perhaps cluster that emerges in those works that are delegated to the audiences or to the museum visitor. And my another question, if I could, would be about this kind of radical openness that your works pose. I really love in your work the aspect of, you giving the work in a way away from your hands. And this, I think, poses, a very interesting notion of futurity, kind of a future of your work, which is outside and independent, perhaps, of your body, but also of the bodies that engage with those works in singular instances. This might sound complicated, but the question would be just, what is the future of your work? How kind of does it live on from these instructions, and when, all of us are away, perhaps one day?
I mean, of course, it's very difficult to say, obviously, what the future will bring. But in terms of developing the work, that is also, for me, the biggest challenge, to find this balance between defining the work enough to actually have a kind of dramaturgy and a kind of to work as a performance, so to say, but still being open enough to allow the visitors who perform it the ability to feel the work with themselves, to make it about their expressions, to have enough freedom to make it interesting not only for them but also for others. And it's not always an easy balance to find, because if you have something that is completely unstructured and completely free, then mostly it's not so interesting, because then people just do what they're used to do. But if it's like too defined and too detailed, then it becomes kind of robotic. Then it's almost not necessary to perform it, because then it's more about the script than about the actual performance. And the tension lies somewhere in the middle. And regarding the future, what I personally find interesting about working like this, rather than documenting a performance and then showing documentation, for example, is that it always have this direct relevance to the time and place where it's shown, because it always is being filled by the bodies and identities of that specific context, which also means that depending where in the world it's shown, for example, it will automatically be filled with cultural meaning in that specific place, because people feel it with their own expressions and their own desires and their own reactions, so to say. And that's also a way to deal with the problem of casting, which I find often an under-discussed aspect of performance, especially within the last, let's say, 10 years, where it has become more and more the norm to hire professional performers. Which type of bodies do you hire? Which type of bodies represent the performance, so to say? And if I, as an artist, have to make decisions of what type of bodies I want to perform the work, I will very quickly run into a lot of problems and a lot of difficult discussions. And what we see with professional performers in a lot of performances, they are mostly young, for example, because it's mostly young dancers who perform this kind of work. What kind of effect does that have on the work in the end? Whereas if the casting is delegated to the institution because it's their audience who ends up performing the work, then it becomes an automated process where the bodies who are performing are also the people who see the performance, so they become a mirror of themselves in some way. And for me, it's important to try to think about keeping that kind of direct relevance. And for me, this is like one way to do that, because I see with a lot of performance art, which is normally not performance art, but some sort of documentation, the longer it stays within the museum collection, the less and less directly relevant will it be. At some point, it's only relevant or interesting because of some kind of historical merit. And I don't know if it's possible, but I like to believe that it would be possible to keep that kind of direct relevance to me, my situation here now, and not only this kind of historical contextualization.
Yes. Does anyone in the room have a question? Okay.
Thank you, Christian. That was awesome. Thank you. I was just wondering when you were saying that that you allow the work to kind of develop inside the institution. So just my little thinking was then, have you considered what happens when you're no longer around? Yeah.
So of course there is a limit to that, which is also clarified within the certificate that the museum get, that in order for amendments to be done to the script, I have to accept it. So this will only be possible for as long as I'm alive, simply because I want to retain a bit of artistic control, so to say. And also relates also to one of the problems that I hear from many museum people who try now to adapt performances to exist within their collections. It's not the first conference on this topic that I attended, is that the artists themselves didn't think about how the work could exist within the institution. So the curator, art historian, conservator is forced to. And when they try to adapt the work to exist within the collection, then they often don't have the same kind of artistic sensibility as the artist who originally developed the work. That's also why it's so important for me to think through these things so I can retain that kind of artistic control. But unfortunately, that also sets a time limit on the amendments to the work. That is a good question. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a question from the online audience that I will read. Influence of artists such as Dan Graham or Bruce Nauman and their works dealing with the membrane between audience, visitors, and artworks. That's not really a question, sorry. Video as an observation tool. So it's not formulated as a question, but do you have any reflection on that topic?
I have been quite inspired by some works of Bruce Nauman and Dan Graham, but not only them, but in general, this idea of the closed circuit video installation. Obviously, two of the works I showed are very related to the idea of a closed circuit video installation. But what I like about these works, like for example, The Corridor by Bruce Nauman, is this element of seeing yourself as a work, this self-reflection that comes when you see yourself and how you move within that work somehow. That aspect, I think, is very interesting. So it's something I'm definitely inspired by. I don't know if that answers the question, but...
Anything else online? Okay. Sure.
I don't want to... Well, we have time, yeah. Thank you so much, Christian. And I especially appreciated that you kind of explained something of the arc of how you came to be doing the work you're doing now, because it really, I think, crystallized some things for me about your work. So you'll tell me if I'm getting this wrong, but it seems almost as if the work that you're doing that is so much in a way about art institutions and about the way people interact in institutions doesn't actually come from some kind of inherent interest necessarily in art systems or art institutions, but rather you were really trying to figure out how can I make this work about how people kind of relate to each other and power and authority, as you're saying, and that the kind of art stuff was sort of the necessary infrastructure in which you were doing that, just as you were saying, how do I record this without the recording getting in the way, well, the way to do that is to make the recording part of it. So it's almost like saying, you know, how do I make performances in an art space without having the artness take over? Well, make the artness part of it. So one question I would have would be, you know, if that is a more or less accurate understanding of part of what you're doing.
More or less, yes.
You know, are there other ideas you have for kind of non-art spaces, whether that's an architectural space or a kind of discursive space? Are there other projects you'd like to do or have done that kind of use a different underlying structure, or even just kind of ideas that you don't quite know what would be the right place for them, but things that you'd like to try?
Yeah, I mean, I have been doing a lot, especially early in my work, as I mentioned, a lot of stuff in public space. And the big difference between the art institution and the public space is that in public space nobody asked for it. and I have done several experiments also with the difference between showing something inside and outside of the institution. I was, for example, invited to participate in a biennial in Austria, which took place out in the countryside in the west of Austria, really like rural area. But it was institutionalized. The mayor was giving a speech and all of these things, and I performed within that context and really tried to see how far I could push the people in terms of collective euphoria and displays of submission to the collective, so to say. And then I went out one week afterwards in a kind of, how do you call that in English? Like a kind of Biertelt fest. So this kind of Oktoberfest-like kind of context, but really local, and try to do the same. And obviously in that context, it didn't work at all because I didn't have any inherent authority. I was just like an annoying guy who destroyed the party. And the only reason why they didn't beat me up was because I had a camera team there. So it's definitely something that interests me. But what I do like about the institution, apart from the fact that it provides me with a frame to experiment, is really, again, this element of self-reflection. When people enter the museum and they know this is an art performance, they are very aware of what they are doing. And this is also the main difference between what I do and social experiments, for example. In social experiments, it's completely imperative that participants don't know what the purpose of the experiment actually is. For me, it's exactly the opposite. It's important that people know this is art, this is a performance, and they take a conscious decision to say, yes, I want to be part of this artwork. And it also gives me some kind of, because some of the things I do are on the border on what you can actually ask of people or what you can make people do, but the fact that they are conscious and have this element of individual choice and clear decision to participate makes it possible for me. Some of the things would be problematic if people didn't know that they were part of an artwork, for example. And it also just has to do, again, with this aspect of direct relevance. I mean, there are a lot of interesting topics to make art about, but sometimes I feel, at least it would be difficult for me to make an artwork about, let's say, homelessness or another country or another context, and then display it within the artwork so that the visitors somehow stand outside of the topic and look into it. So it becomes this kind of almost like a zoo dynamic where we look at this interesting theme, but it's not directly related to us. I really like this idea of confronting the visitors with themselves. And then maybe I could have done that in other fields if I would have been working in other fields as well, but now that is the field that I ended up working in. So it makes sense for me to take that as the material, so to say, and make that the subject matter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. We will need, I think, 5 minutes to set up David Christel, but we still got time for 1 or 2 questions, if anybody has one. I don't want to steal the mic, but I would have one.
Okay.
Because you mentioned earlier that there is a time of a kind of time limit for your works because institutions sometimes lack that artistic sensitivity you mentioned. And so I wanted to ask you about other ways of transmission of your works outside of institutions, because I know that you're also teaching. You just spent 1 week with Valerian students. So is that also an aspect that you consider a form of preservation and continuation of your works?
I guess so. It's definitely a form of preservation of my ideas, because obviously all the things I'm thinking about in my practice, I'm trying to convey to my students, but at the same time, I'm not trying to make them do versions of my work. I want them to question me and question my work and develop their own work. So again, that's the balance between giving all the knowledge I have, but without defining what kind of direction they have to do in their work. Yeah. And also about the time limit, just to clarify that, it's not a time limit of the work, but only of how long it can be amended and changed. So they can potentially show it in 200 years as well if they want to. But they can just not adapt it anymore. Yeah.
Thank you. Any more questions? Shall we prepare for David Christel? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, so we have 5 minutes break if you want to get some light or water outside the room. Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
So thanks for being here. You were already briefly introduced by Jules at the beginning. But to reiterate, David Christel is a Swiss artist of Togolese origin who works and lives in Geneva. And she's a very young but very busy artist who is also doing a lot of demanding performance, which is why I think maybe you got injured today. But thank you. That's very generous of you to be there online and to have put together this overview of your work. We're really looking forward to it, and we'll be ready for the discussion afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. And yes, I'm really sorry for not being able to be there physically, but I'm really happy to be able to see you today. And I hope that you're enjoying your day. So I think I'm gonna share my screen. You tell me if it's work or not. I hope
Perfect.
It's fine now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect. So yes, my name is David Christel, and since a lot of years now, I'm working around architecture and places all around Switzerland, but also in an international way. And I will just start with presenting and summary my work in general, and then I will go to what interests us today, so archiving performance. The idea of my practice is to always fit with a space and architecture. So when I get invitation from structure and institution, there is always a big work of research of what is this building and what is the history of this building, and how can I me, myself as David Christel, but also my community of stranger can fit into such a building. So it's really a work about integration and integration into a space. I often speak about how to be part of the landscape, and this is for me a long reflection I'm doing. So for this example, it was the fortress of Belluard, which is located in Fribourg in Switzerland. And for this piece, I wanted to bring a little bit some fictional elements, and I came with this armor, which was also part of, which was linked with this fortress atmosphere, but also was like an article that I found in the fortress. So from that, I start to develop a performance around Fribourg, and also I don't know if you can see closer of the first image of me being in the armor. There is under the armor I put like arbitrary clothes that for me was really linked to the black and white line that you can also find on the door, which is really the flag of Fribourg. And so I'm always trying to find a link between costume and the architecture. Yeah. So next example is a museum located in Aarau, still in Switzerland, and so I love to bring architecture or dead body or dead people into life. So this is really what excites me the most in the life, is to make them alive and to personalize them and to give them, bring them into characters. So for this project, I was really fascinated with this staircase in this museum, because as maybe you can see, the staircase go until on the top of the roof, and on the top of the roof there is a park, so people who are in the park can come through the staircase and find themselves into the museum without really entering into it, but they pass through. And I was really interesting by this transparency of the architecture that allows you to be aware about other people and pay attention to what is going on around you. And for living and growing up also in Switzerland, which is known as individual countries, for me this kind of element really helps me to bring a critique, but also awake people about how do we live and how can we pay more attention about what is surrounding us. So from this staircase, we did a mascot of the staircase. So it's the mascot of the staircase. I want to precise it because a lot of people thought that it was a vegetables, but it's the staircase that I was trying to personify. And so I spent all the day in this costume, and I really enjoyed it because nobody knew that I was inside. Even some friends who came to see the performance didn't know, and it was really for me interesting to start a performance before the official timing. So I was supposed to have my moment at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but I already started to hang out around the space in this costume all the day. So for me, it was also this idea to show how I find solution to be part of this Swiss Performance Prize context. So for me, it was to go through the building and to look like the building. So it's still for me linked to the integration process that when you go in a country, you are trying to fit with the the people of this country, of the in the culture you are playing, and you are doing kind of a choreography of the culture. And as you can see on the image on the left, we did an installation with a mirror who was reflecting the green glass on me, and I really wanted to bring this alien aspect of being a stranger in a country. And yeah, so this is one example. One of the last work I did was in Geneva with the pavilion of dance, which is a new building, and invite me to work on that because for a long time they were looking for a place where to settle, and they finally got the authorization to settle on this public square. And so I was really fascinated also by this building, so I decided to make a model of it. And when I was looking at this building, I really had the impression that it was a TV screen, so I wanted to play with again with this transparency and this idea of being into a TV and looking at the city through the building. So with the model we did, I put a spy mirror, so people weren't able to see me, but I could see them, and it was only when I turned on the lights that they could also see me inside. And so the performance starts in that way, that people are just having drink in the foyer, in the hall, and suddenly this light will come out and they will see me. And something that I notice also in my performance is that I always like to have be in advance on the with the audience, so I always like to be able to see them before they see me, and it's not something really usual when you are performing or when you are in a theater, because normally you just discover the audience in the same at the same time. So I really enjoy having possibility to see who is coming to see me and how can we be together more and in that moment. And so in this foyer, I also did another model of the building, but in 80 years, when it will be demolished, because when I was doing some research about this building, it was told that the building needs to be demolished in 7 years because it's part of the contract they did with the city, so they cannot stay so long. And for me, it was a shame because this institution were looking for a place to establish themselves since 20 years, and now they have a space to settle, but it's only for 7 years. And so I wanted to project them as if it was not the case that they have to move, but they could stay until the end of the building, and it will be the building would decide that now it's enough because it's gonna break. And so for me, it was interesting to do a projection of the building in ruin context, and I also include videos of the space and what was happening around the space inside. So to now go to archiving, the theme of archiving performance, and I developed this work in 2012 2020 for the Swiss Art Performance Prize. They asked me to come and to do a project. And for me, normally when people ask me to come, I always look into the building. And this time I didn't really had a crush with the building, so I was always trying to ask myself, what can I do to be still part of the presence and part of the close as possible of the context of this day of Swiss Performance Prize. So I decided to do an abecedarium with all the name of the performer who performed since 2011 until 2020. So it was the idea to catch up a few names, and it was 26 names in total, and to bring 1 minute of their piece, but with me performing it. So this is how I started this project of La Performance des Performances, which is in English the performance of the performance. So this project is basically me reproducing other pieces of performer in Switzerland or all around. And so I did it again at the Museum Tengli. And for this time, the idea was to focus only on the Swiss, the Romandy part of Switzerland. And so I did some research, and I decided to only work on performance from 2000 until 2021. And in that way to bring the history of performance, and to see how from 2000 until today the performance gets developed, and to see what kind of gesture and action are still there, but also what kind of gesture and action are new. And for example, what I've noticed is that more we are close to the year 2000, we are really into this basically performance with a lot of suffering and really painful for the body. So you have this example with Jan Maruzich, and the idea was just to beat myself with this blue color. After it was Anne Rocha with this chair, and for this one, as I know Anne Rocha, was really interesting to talk with her and to ask her how she trained for this, because for me it was the most difficult action to reproduce. Also really happy to have still this person alive, because this is really part of the work. Also, when you have to project something on somebody which is not there anymore, or even a building who cannot talk, how do you interpret all this information? And for this, it was really concrete to speak with Anne and to ask her how she did, and to go into that. This one was from Simon Sen. I really wanted to show the diversity of performance, and to see also how we can integrate 3D element, video, and for this one I was also really in collaboration with Simon, who sent me the video and explained me how he did, so I could reproduce it more easily. And for those part of performance, this one was actually in St. Gallen when I did it for the first time. And for the first time, I was really only able to work on the archives of the Swiss Performance Prize website, because they have an amazing archives with all the videos. And for me, it was really important to take advantage of this archives. So I didn't really speak to the artist. I was only satisfied with the videos and the pictures and the description of this website. That if I can invite you to go on it, it's really generous website, and it helped me a lot at that time. So yeah, other example of this time. And what was also interesting for me is that slowly performances start to mix together. So because I put some white paint to imitate another performance before, when I try to imitate Urnamo, it's become something else again. So we start to have other images and other new performances coming out of that. So I was really also really into this transformation and new images I was making. And I just wanted to finish with the Rota and Egle, because I know they are there today, and they also really were really collaborative with sending me the song they use, and and I had the chance actually this year to see it in live the day before, so I was able to reenact it the day after with a fresh memory, because it's also really about the memory what we are doing, to try to get as close as the original, but also because we cannot really skip this own interpretation that we are doing on the work. So we always have to find the balance and the good way to do it. So yeah, I think I will finish with this image. I cannot hear you.
Merci beaucoup. Yeah, thanks.
I cannot.
You can't hear me?
No, it's
okay,
fine.
cool.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. Your work is so rich, and it gives us so much stuff to discuss. But can I maybe just start to ask Dorota and Egle, because I didn't realize that there was only one day between the moment you performed and the moment you reenacted it. So how does it feel to see your work almost lived, reenacted, or lived preserved?
Is it possible to put more sounds? Before I could hear you better before my presentation. Sorry.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Very nice to see you. Thank you for the presentation. It's really beautiful to see your work. We're very happy to see our work also reflected in your work. We remember it was very stressful that day, so we felt like it was a funny meeting for us. I guess I really appreciate your project, so I don't know, for me it's just nice to have it part of it. What do you think, Dorota?
Yeah, and for this piece, it was also like, because the core of the performance is a type of soundtrack that is embodied by different performers, and so in a sense, their task was very similar to what you did the next day, because it was also about embodying different voices. So it was like another layer of this haunting of this character that always gets transformed with each new iteration.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. If I may ask about the same work, you describe very different ways of engaging with documentation for your reperformances. Sometimes you mentioned through that great website that you had all you need and didn't really need to ask the artists back. But other times, like a picture of someone holding a chair is not enough for you to know how to do it yourself. So how did you engage with documentation? And maybe also, did that exercise had an impact on the way that you are thinking of documenting your own performances? Did that change the way you're documenting yourself?
Yeah, I think when I did it for the second time at Museum Tengli, I really start to see how important it is to document your performance, because for a lot of artists, I was able to have an overview of the performance through their website, through the archives they have, and this was really a really rich material for me, and it really make me conscious that we have to, or at least I have to, put more detail on the documentation I'm doing about my performance, because for a long time I was really into this idea that performance is like the basis of the performance, like the happening and fluxus time where you do it alive, but it's ephemeral, and it's only the people who are around you that know and can talk about your performance. And today I think that to think in that way, it's interesting, but it's also really difficult if you have to show your performance somewhere, and to communicate around the performance. So more you have picture, I think the best it is. And also when videos are really well made, it can also be a good documentation, even though I'm really not a fan of documenting performance in video, because I have the impression that then you are less motivated to go and see it live. So I'm more into pictures, good pictures, maybe a lot of pictures that can really give you this desire to go and see it live. Yeah.
Thanks. And I think also for those who saw your performance, that your reenactments really, really add a layer and a new layer of history to those works, because you're bringing yourself in and you're bringing your own experience. So it's not just trying to copy something, but really trying to make it your own.
Yeah. And also, like, it's really a matter of reinterpretation of how do I see those performances and how can I translate it, because today it's my body doing it. So I have to be aware about what is this new translation we are doing. And sometimes for me it's also important to add a critique of what was happening before and what can we still do this in that way today. It's not only just trying to repeat the exact same way they did it before. For me, this is not really interesting. Is that how do we travel with that until today?
We of course welcome questions from the audience, but while the audience is thinking, I'm gonna, if I may ask you a question, David, Christelle. Well, thank you so much. That's just amazing, and we continue our conversations already for a while, and they are always very inspirational. I wonder whether I could again direct this conversation towards the future. I feel, in your works there is this recursiveness, kind of, glimpsing back, obviously, to works that have been there, either by live artists, very much kind of, recent past, as well. But I would love kind of to look into the future and perhaps project with you what would happen, if I don't know, from in a time 20 years from now, someone would come to those performances and perhaps, again, recursively kind of glimpse back and reperform them. Could you imagine, such a way? It's also interesting because, one in kind of performance theory, it is quite often believed that, performances already kind of reperform past gestures or knowledges, right? Or something that is much, that has been much longer around. And Jules will be able to tell more about this doing the research, recent research on ritual. But I wonder, whether you already thought about the future of those performances. What would happen if someone will come and, reperform you or add another layer, as Emily said, right, to your performances?
Yeah, I think it will be interesting in this idea of how do you say, telephone, when you mix, when you hear something and that somebody
I think in
is
English, is it Chinese whispers?
Telephone works.
Yes,
But that's
so
this idea of some
repetition and transformation, and in that way it could be interesting. It's but for me it's really how do we keep memory alive, which is something really interesting for me and important in my work. That I always know that I'm here because people were there before, and how can I keep this memory and give value to this? And an idea I was sharing with Emily was to organize a huge exposition with a reenactment of performance every day with a lot of artists, and trying to just be a lot of performance reenacting them for I don't know how long it's gonna take, but just to bring back them and just not forget them, because I'm really sensitive to this loss of memory, and how can we always pay attention to talk again about something and to bring them back.
Thanks, we really love this idea. I'm sure that the artists in the room as well.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have question? Do you?
Yeah, thank you so much, David Christel. So Emily said something before about the kind of differences in the transformation, and something that I think is so striking, and that's so important for our research. I think about the work that you're doing is the way that it emphasizes that the conservation of performance is inherently bound up with the transformation of performance, that this change and this transfer from one body to another and from someone else's sensibility to your sensibility, that this is not something that is distorting the performance, but rather the very thing that keeps it alive. And when Emily said that, you were emphasizing that, yeah, this is also not just about, your ideas or your perspective, but also really very much your specific body, which is something I'm also thinking about, knowing that, the performance works that you do, as we could see in the photos you sent, are sometimes very demanding physically. And you showed us this great Anne Rocher piece that does indeed look very difficult. I'm reminded that it's the kind of demands of performance on your body, or the demands that you put on your body, that also lead to injury and things like this, and the kind of limits that you have to negotiate I guess, between your ideas and the body and the bodies of others, and does Anne Rocher have like really, really strong teeth, or like can my teeth do what hers do, or something like that? So I'm interested in hearing about that, if you have more to say about that. But I'm also, you mentioned something about critique, which I think is something really interesting, that part of this transformation, I think your works are always a kind of discourse. Your versions are always also a conversation about that work. You're always also saying something about that work. And I wonder if you could give an example of a work that you either see as not necessarily as a critique in a negative way, but that a work that you did commented on a work that someone else had done.
Mm-hmm. So I try to reply to everything. Because I start the presentation with my work, which was around integration into a landscape. For me, I really saw this work of the performance of performances in the same way. Like, how do I, as a Black performer today, can take care of the history of performance, especially in Switzerland, and how can I also integrate this parkour and fit in this history. So that's why for me it was important to go back and to for me it was the same as doing research on a building or a space. It was really like doing research on performances. And also because in those lists I have included like teacher that I had when I was studying performance in a bachelor degree in Geneva. So for me, it was really to translate who teach me how to perform also today. And also, yeah, I think as the majority white person, it's also how can I today reenact that, knowing that my body is really different, that I cannot ask them their clothes because I don't fit in it, and it's always how can we play with that, and how the body is like also by itself talking about that, so I don't have to say it, but it's already there. And for me, this part is really interesting because it's really part of integration. I mean, when you are trying to imitate people because the country is asking you that, you have to, in a way, forget who you were in order to make some room to be a new you. So this is really part of this reflection that is pursuing me, and that I cannot do it without that, because it's still there, and we all face that at one part, and we face that every day. So yeah, this is what make me want to purchase in that reflection. And in the other way, yeah, the criticism is also for me when I have to when I discover performance that make me think that, oh, actually I cannot do that because this is a bit this action for me is a bit hard for me to do because I'm not able to do that, and I don't have the condition to do that, or I don't want to talk about this thematic because I'm already in it, or how can I change and transform the discourse, and who have the power to talk about certain subjects and who doesn't have the power to talk about those subjects. And I always try to be able to talk about all those things. And I really love also to put myself into a skin of somebody who have a lot of privilege, and to play with that, to try to feel what is it, you know. So that's how the critique also come. But yeah, it's a mix of a lot of layers, I will say.
Thanks. Any more question from the audience? Otherwise, I will read one that we got from YouTube. Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you for your presentation.
Welcome.
I wonder, when you did your research, how dependent were you on film documentation, and how did you think about your own iterations of other artists' performances, and why did you choose to, maybe some of your thoughts about why you didn't want your performance to be filmed? Was that clear?
Oh, so the question is why I didn't want the performance to be filmed.
Yeah, and also your thoughts on if this Swiss archive were the film material available for you, and how important was that for you in order to do your iteration? And what are your thoughts about that in relation to your thoughts on documenting your performances?
Yeah. So for me, the first, I came into this idea of not documenting my performance because I study with those teachers who are really into fluxus happening, and they really got me sensitive to this ephemeral way of performing, that we only have text. I remember we were like reenacting all this. There is a huge list of fluxus gesture and action, and it's only text, and we are like reenacting them as a class. And I really like how through instruction you can reenact a performance, and without having a video of it and blocking yourself from having more ideas and more imagination. And so it was just because I was really sensitive to that way of doing. I think with videos, the tricky part is sometimes when you have live performance and you can really feel what is this body in front of you doing. When you have, I don't know, the smell, when you have some really close parts close to your body, this is how it's powerful. And when you just have a screen from far filming something, you can never had this sensation. And that's why I think there is good videos and not really good videos to show performance. And you really have to do a proper work of video to be able to translate what was the live action. And concerning the website, I was really grateful to have this video because I was also there when it happened, so I already also have a certain memory of the action in live, or the video were really well made. And also I had a lot of testimony from people. I was asking them, how have you been at the Swiss Performance Prize at this year? How was the performance of Queen Dong? Can you tell me about? And for me, this orality of archives, it's something that I really want to push forward, actually. Like how people can tell about the performance and tell about the action. For me, it's also a proper way to archive performance, the testimony and of the audience who were there. I don't know if it's a reply to your question. I hope so.
I think you answered my question, and I appreciate it. It's a really interesting angle, so thank you.
Thank you for your question.
There was a last online question, but I think you already... Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. Sorry. Did you consider interviewing the audience and or the artists whose work you reperformed after your performance as a kind of documentation or oral transmission? But I think you kind of touch upon that.
Yeah. But this question is after.
Yes, if
because
you
I did
reperformed
before,
someone's work and you ask them afterwards, how did you find it? Like we just asked Dorota and Egle, maybe.
I didn't thought about this part, but because it also came naturally from this second time I did it at Basel, because this time I was really into contact with the artists, and so after the performance, they naturally came back to me to ask me how it was, and I was just sending them some picture of their part of the performance, and they were really happy to see. Because when I reenacted, I always in an audio file before doing it, I put the name of the artist and the name of the piece and the year it was performed. So it's really their moment as well. It's important to credit them. So this was also part of discussion I had with them. But I didn't do it with everyone, but can be interesting.
I think the question was also asking, because you just actually addressed this question of oral history and the transmission through storytelling. I think this person was also asking about whether you see that as a possibility for your own work, that other people could be in the audiences, could be interviewed or could carry it forward, if that's something you've thought about.
But this is really a new open window I'm seeing now that I didn't really think about before. And thank you for this new idea that I can really think about that. I will do this performance again in June for the Belluard Festival, because they're gonna celebrate their 40 years of festival, and they asked me if I can get through this 40 years of events. So I'm now working on this archives, which is huge work, and I think it will be a possibility and a next step to also have this feedback from the audience and artists, and to have a complete work with a circle. How we say in French, la boucle est bouclée. And so it will be interesting to have this different part of and different point of view.
That's fascinating. Thank you, David Christel. I just want to acknowledge the author of this question, Irene Müller. If I'm not mistaken, Irene, if you are watching us, Irene was involved in the former Archiv Performativ, I think, project at ZHDK with Pascal Grau, yes, and other very important major players actually in performance art and in early thinking in Switzerland about performance conservation. So just to say thank you, Irene, for the question.
Thanks, Anna. And thank you so much, David Christel. I think we're now going on a break, so we'll say goodbye, and we will see you at Belluard. Very much looking forward to it.
Cool. And thank you very much, everyone, and have a beautiful
Thank you.
day. Bye-bye. Thank you.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Pascal Grau.
I don't see that.
auf Eiern tanzen und mit Frauen umgehen, muss gelernt sein.
Und mit Frauen umgehen, muss gelernt sein. 7 Eiern tanzen und mit Frauen umgehen, muss gelernt sein. Und mit Frauen umgehen, muss
7 Jahre und ein Tag.
tanzen.
7 Jahre
Und mit
und ein
Frauen
Tag.
umgehen, muss gelernt sein. Und mit Frauen umgehen, muss gelernt sein.
Und mit Frauen umgehen.
Muss gelernt sein. Muss gelernt sein.
Muss gelernt sein. Mit Frauen umgehen muss gelernt sein. Muss gelernt sein. Auf Eiern tanzen.
Muss gelernt sein. 7
Eiern
tanzen und mit Frauen umgehen. Eiern tanzen und mit Frauen umgehen.
Mit Frauen umgehen muss gelernt sein.
7 Eiern tanzen und mit Frauen umgehen.
7 Jahre und ein Tag.
Tanzen und mit Frauen umgehen. Muss
7
gelernt
Jahre
sein.
und ein Tag.
Tanzen und mit Frauen umgehen. Muss gelernt sein. Muss gelernt sein. 7
Frauen umgehen muss gelernt sein.
gelernt
Auf
sein.
Eiern Jahre.
7
Jahre und ein Tag muss gelernt sein.
sein und mit Frauen umgehen. Muss gelernt sein. 7
Auf Eiern
Jahre
und
und
mit Frauen
ein
umgehen.
Tag.
Muss gelernt sein.
This costume with about 350 outgrown chicken eggs and sewn by hand on that costume, I invented for a Super 8 film 30 years ago. The script for the original film was inspired by a mural in the auditorium of the HFBK in Hamburg, where I studied. The mural dates back to the 1930s, an all-round mural on female expectation and nature bound and on unlashing and transcendence. The mural bristled with male projections, symbolism, and fantasies about the supposedly natural nature of woman. With the proverb, dancing on eggs and dealing with women must be learned 7 years and 1 day, I opposed the mural with my own artistic and female view. The film was a stringing together of scenes from the mural embodied by the egg. For example, waking up from fainting was represented by dipping the eggs in water, by me jumping into the water with a bathing suit made of eggs. These are the original Polaroids for the film set. Other scenes, such as the supposed nature-bound nature of the female sex, was enacted by an egg being forced through a neck cutter. The scene of enthusiasm and departure, for instance, by a translucent egg, and the moment of power and passion embodied by the explosion of eggs. Here you see the script and some sketches and Polaroids from each scene of that film, and also the roll of the Super 8 film left. In my archive, I also found, among other things, this document stating that I had obtained the fire bodies, which are called in Swiss German Frauenfürze, fart of women, for the explosion scene in 1993 in St. Gallen. The original Super 8 film, as such, is unfortunately lost. It was conceived as a silent film, with I set to music live for the premiere in Hamburg together with a cellist. This egg opera was performed only one time. While the original film disappeared into oblivion, The idea of the egg costume survived as a constitutive element for the following performances. In the same year, 1993, I performed Eisprung 6 times between 1993 and 2000. That means I remade the whole costume with this one a total of 7 times. I don't see the mouse here. So I have to look here. Okay. It's missing the cap, but maybe you can imagine it was more like this. It was the position before the egg jump. But today I don't do any egg jump anymore. And now I'm going back on the trace of female energy in my work. This iconic photo was taken in Munich in 1993, right before I did the first Eisprung performance. The picture was actually a snapshot, but it was a big success. I sold this photo, and later I even chose it for the cover of my publication. So sometimes snapshots can be iconic photograph and will sell later on very, very expensive. Maybe. But now I go back on the... I was there already. Genau. I don't see the mouse. That's really bad. I don't see the text. So that's really bad. Now it's good. Nevertheless, with the title Eisprung, I refer to the double meaning of the word, both a jump into the water, loaded with eggs, and the waste of ovulation activity in a woman's life. The blown-out eggs were hand-threaded and wood sewn on by hand. Each egg has a little wooden stick in it, and on the stick there was a faden, and this was sewed to the costume. I used about 15 hours of work each time to make the costume. As I said, I made it 7 times over, a totally crazy work. Sometimes I had help from my sister and a friend, but yes, it was quite a lot of work. Today, I'm very concerned about how to preserve for posterity this costume that has so many ovulation inscribed on it. It is slowly falling apart. It's this bath suit from my mother from the 50s, which is now really very delicate, and it falls apart. That's why I'm so happy to be here, speaking to an audience that specializes in preserving performance art. I'm happy to receive suggestions and help on how to do this. At the very beginning, I was blowing out the eggs by my own. And that was very, very difficult. Some broke, or many broke. And at the end, I had a big mess of egg mass. So what to do with all these egg mass? At first, you can make omelette or omelette soufflé or scrambled egg or yes, you can make, like in Bern, you have merengue. You can do the white of the egg in the backoven, and then you can have it for a longer time. But with the yellow of the egg, I remembered that my mother, when I was sick, she put very much sugar in the yellow of the egg and gave it to me to get some force again. So that's sugar. And that's salt. Guess what I'm doing? First, yes, I was asking bakeries and restaurants to take over this mess of eggs, but no one wanted to have it because of the hygiene regulations. You can have a try of the sugar egg. I give also, stir it and try it, and give it to the audience with that stick. Try and take the stick for you, and the other person take the other stick. Oh. No. That's funny. I didn't try out that one. Okay. You know what I wanted to do about that? Okay. It should be with the white egg mass mounted here and overlap. And you could have a try to that one too. But we let that. So no one took that eye mass. And I went in search of already blown out chicken eggs and found what I was looking for at the Zeller family, farming family in Andwil, in eastern of Switzerland. This is the original box where I got several eggs from then. In the whole, I got 1,800 eggs from them. They were in the Easter egg business and dealt in blown out and cleaned chicken eggs. That was my salvation. I obtained a total, I already said this, from 1,800 eggs. In the Eisprung performances of 1997, 98, 99, and 2000, the jump was always followed by a second part, which was adapted to the new situation. There was always a difference to the previous performance. Just from the age, there was always a year added, which had to be counted backwards to 0. You could say I ran the performance as a kind of a ritual, in which the eggs were destined to break in a single fleeting moment by jumping into the water. Now you can go louder with the sound. At that time I was 37. and I did the performance in the Sedam Kulturzentrum in Pfäffikon. I took advantage of the fact that the jump took place in an outdoor pool without an audience. The audience followed the jump inside through a live broadcast. After this countdown from 37 to 0, I let myself fall into the water. So the eggs bounced off or broke in one fell swoop. You will see that when we get to 0. Maybe you make it louder. Yeah, there is sound. It's kind of very, the audience was very quiet inside. But then, when it's getting to the point, they're getting louder. No? This was a dia projection onto the projection of the broadcasting thing. Oh, the sound is not there, really. Yes, there is sound. They are laughing. But all this material is very old, as you understand, as specialists of. Yes, I entered the stage right afterwards, and I looked like a like a gerupftes Huhn, and the water tap was there because I recited, I talked a poem of Herbert Achternbusch, which was called Wasserhuhn and Wasserhahn, a water chicken and a water tap. Okay. The text in poem form was from Herbert Achternbusch, a German writer from the 80s. The text seemed absurd at that time and even subversive in its coarseness. But from today's perspective, it is very sexist, which is why I no longer perform it today and here. In the Eisprung performance in Basel from 1998, and in the following performances, the idea was to film the egg jump with an underwater camera and to use this recording for the second part of the performance. Here is a little anecdote. My performance was a part of a series of performances in public space. It was March, the water of the fountain and the air ice cold. Actually, just before the day of the performance, I got sick and had a fever, like yesterday. I asked the doctor if if I could dare to jump into the 8-degree cold water. He said that if I kept warm very well afterwards, it could even be a kind of a shock therapy. So I used this fact for the second part. There was also an underwater camera filming the scene. This must be loud. Again. We do it again. Really make it loud. For the second part, The audience followed me by ferry from the St. Alban suburb to the Kaskadenkondensator in Kleinbasel, where I wrapped myself in thick blankets and lay down in front of the projection of the underwater recording and sang. Did you see it? You missed it? It's the only underwater film left from all these 6 or 4 I did. All the time was something happened or technically not functioning. Like in Frankfurt. In 1998, I showed Eisprung at a performance festival of Swiss artists inside in the Museumturm Frankfurt. Because it was, again, cold, the organizer had filled warm water into the pool, which steamed away. The video recordings and all photos failed because the lenses fucked up. On the recordings or photos, you can't see anything. So these are the only artifacts I have from the performance from there. A flyer and a program. Such a pity. In 1999, I traveled with the Fragile Egg cargo by night train to Denmark to the International Performance Festival for Eyes and Ears in Odense. There they had put a mobile swimming pool in a theater room for me. Here I have a catalogue. I don't have something technical didn't work. I have only the catalogue, a letter from the organizer, and a program, as well some photos, but also no video. What a pity. That's my opinion. Okay, this is quite a nice photo. For the second part of the performance, I quickly changed backstage and appeared, still wet in evening dress, in front of the underwater projection. At that time, I was already 39 years old. I sang a song of love troubles. I will sing this song today not only because it's a beautiful song, but also because it has a universal background. It's all about emancipation and self-empowerment. The title is Cry Me a River by Julie London. Now you say you're lonely. You cried a long night through. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cry the river over you. Now you say you're sorry for being so untrue. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cry the river over you. You nearly drove me out of my head, while you never shed a tear. Remember, I remember all that you said. Love was too plebeian, told me you were through with me, and now you say you're lonely. just to the proof you do. Come on and cry me a river, cry me a river. I cry the river over you. I cry the river over you. That was in Odense. In the year 2000, I was 40 years. I performed Eisprung the last time at the Zurich Women's Bathhouse at the invitation of Neumarkt Theatre. It was the last time I jumped into the water with the costume. The article in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung speaks of the senseless expenditure of nature, and it has an equivalent in the biological process of ovulation and the female circle. By the way, in one woman's life, an average of about 400 ovulations are produced. A friend of mine wrote in reaction to this performance, I see in it a futility of wanting, a purposeful and arranged failure of desires for transgression and grandezza. In 2012, I was invited to the Mi'kmaq Performance Festival in Lucerne, which was hosted in a former swimming pool. This time I called the performance Eisprung Revisited 1. For this, I sewed the egg costume for a 7th and a last time. This time I sensibly did not jump into the water anymore. Instead, I sang several farewell songs, for example, Gone with the Wind by Billie Holiday, etc. From today's perspective, I sang about the end of my own ovarian cycle. This song, I will not sing it now, because I have also long outgrown this phase. As a second part, I showed there, instead for the first time, the lost and reconstructed Super 8 film that was talked about at the beginning. In 2060, I was again invited to show the performance Eisprung Revisited 2 on the occasion of the exhibition Heimspiel at the Kunstmuseum St. Gallen. As you see on the picture, at that time, I still dared to slip into the costume, which today would simply be too risky. The fabric of the costume is becoming increasingly brittle and no longer withstands this overuse. So this time I only brought it with me for you. But what I am going to show you is the reconstructed Super 8 film. The original from 1993 was titled The Tragedy in the Egg. In 2010, when I was invited to Mi'kmaq Festival, I prepared my costume, and I found in my studio leftover or discarded scenes from the original Super 8 film. From this discarded material, I reconstructed the film by means of the film script. I had the script, every scene. It was designed, everything, so I could reconstruct the beautiful film which was lost. One scene was following the other. For the film, I was formally inspired by Gertrude Stein, as I found a note in my archive. She wrote in her treatise on narration, one thing following another is sequential, and to have a beginning, a middle, and an end is an entirely different thing. Then I digitized the film and underlaid it with a sound recording of the live performance at that time, which I found also in my archive on a music cassette. And now you will see the film. maybe you have to make louder. There will be some. I make it like this. It's better.
Jaki sens mają te słowa Twego? Nic nie brzmią, a spalił duszą wzrok. To liczę cały rok, życia piwo. Piwo tam powiada on do mnie. Kiedy miłość po gorącym dłonie. Piwo, kiedy on kochają i gdy się to mówią
Dankeschön.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pascal. I love how, in addition to all the wonderful questions you raised about archiving performance and returning to performance and restoring performance, you are also getting us to think about the unconscious or even unwanted performances of the human body and how we deal with those. We're a little bit behind time, but I think we probably have time for one or two questions. Yeah, we can also let our thoughts get maybe a little more hard-boiled in our heads and return to them at the discussion later in the day. Yeah. Yeah, please.
But I want to thank you because I really feel that your work and the egg is kind of the perfect metaphor that I'm sometimes struggling, especially as a conservator, to decide, is performance inherently fragile or completely resilient and resistant? And I think it both at the same time. Just like human bodies, we can be really easily hurt, but we're also extremely resilient. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pascal. I have many questions. We will return to them later. Thank you. And now I am very pleased indeed to be able to cede the floor. Thank you, and thank you to our tech team, to Ido Feder.
Am I working?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I wrote a very dense text. I'm gonna try to be lively in this dark room and deliver it. Yeah, this is the title of my lecture. So long ago, I don't remember where or when, I saw a retrospective exhibition about Black Mountain College. I was very impressed. I remember imagining the experience they all must have had there. I remember feeling inspired but jealous and inadequate, contemplating what each epoch offers for performative experimentation. Everything that happened throughout the years on that mountain became an influential ethos for the art world. Lots of iconic artists with long careers, but more than that, the kind of worldliness that was practiced there, the kind of art world they performed, became this unattainable dream, an object of desire, a nostalgic fantasy to consume, a collective memory to guide the future. Performance appears best, in my opinion, through processes, relations, when time doesn't only take over the object and becomes an event, but more than that, when it seeps into forms of life. Performance is carefully delineated by the avant-garde and vice versa. Pedagogy, schooling, is a very good example of that, which runs through the history of them both. Yet these ideas are also an example of ontological contention between conservation and performance. The former assumes wealth and abundance of culture. The latter, its minimalization and reformation. Conservation wants to be certain that you are in, whereas performance instigates ways to get out. Importantly, both in almost opposite ways designate humanity as an authority and as an addressee. I would like to suggest here that this contradicting tension between performance and conservation is a result of performance being a kind of conservation, a competing logic, but springing out of the innate desire to protect and conserve humanity. Performative logic is a radical immaterial proposition for conserving humanity, for its survival. So in this lecture, I will swiftly transition between philosophical ponderings, personal musings, and descriptions of my artistic practice, so as to elucidate how performance as an artistic logic is being revealed as a practice that deals with the conservation of the human, a form of immaterial techne that poeticizes the actual endangerment of our species. And the objective spiritual quest we must embark upon, must enter into, or as I will soon present, more exit towards, the rather pompous, this rather pompous declaration is in practice, in my case, very much a lived experience, a form of speculative pragmatism that my life in art proposes. So the task assigned to us in this conference caught me, maybe all of us, in challenging times, which are almost too obvious given the fragile state of that humanity finds itself in. I'm 38, mid-career, as they say, but as I always was a mature kid, it feels like an infantile, early onset midlife crisis. I'm exhausted, jaded, and not sure where to turn next. So yeah, alongside it, I independently produce my choreographic works for the stage and gallery spaces, and I also run a discursive and intellectual entity called Tights, Dance and Thought, which offers residencies, holds an annual conference, hosts research and reading groups, and more. Officially, funding-wise, all three are separate entities, each with its own projects and distinct annual budgets. In practice, it allowed me to create a tiny kingdom. I work alone, yet collaborate with many institutions and individuals. In Israel, obtaining a silver of the relatively tiny pool of funding available requires one to jump through lots of hoops and meet seemingly endless list of criteria. So the little kingdom is a big golden cage I've created for myself. For a while, I rationalized it by viewing it as a bureaucratic, survivalist, and parasitic performative project. After spending my early 20s studying dance and choreography in the Netherlands and France, I came back to Tel Aviv and wasn't happy with what I found in the dance world. Largely an anti-intellectual culture intoxicated by previous generations' artistic success. I was very insecure about calling myself an artist, and at the same time, I had reactionary tendencies and knew that I'm a strange philosophizing dancer, that I could and needed to carve out a new context in the scene in which my work could flourish in. While I were attending and earning my master's in philosophy at Tel Aviv University, I started holding little yet long events in a small gallery, where I would collaborate with artists and scholars. I'd write a declarative text, much like this one, and unapologetically educate. These events turned into Diver Festival, which became a home for lots of emerging artists, as well as mature ones who wanted to shake things up or do something different. We also hosted many people from abroad, mostly young and current members of the contemporary Western dance scene. The festival has evolved through three distinct periods. The first, the initiation period, which lasted about 3 years, when Diver was a declaration of a performative ethic, of going deep in terms of style, politicity, intellectuality, and more. The second, a 5-year period, during which, the conceptual period, in which I developed each year I developed an ontological concept for art, where dance was my starting point. So just to tease you a little bit, the 5 concepts were expectacle, tradition, materiality, primitivity, and hysteria. And last, the third mythical period, a 3-year period long that kicked off in 2020, during which the festival itself became an experimental, collaborative, and a multi-signature artistic project. 2023 has almost reached its halfway point, and I'm not sure if a new period has commenced, or whether we are still in the mythical period, or maybe it's a segue year, we'll see. So my identity as a curator, as an artist who is a curator, was inseparable from my choreographic work. It is all part of an extended choreography in which different methodologies for working with artists, dancers, and other art agents were explored. All of this, in varying degrees of subtlety, was communicated to the audience through graphic design, text, and experience. All the while, my signed choreographic work was interwoven in and out of the festival, sometimes being performed in it, sometimes echoing it in other venues and contexts, sometimes, like in the mythical period, the curation as an artistic object. In this way, also, like having a personal journey, private ceremony, or an individual reflection. So for quite some time, I've been establishing a small, albeit very public and somewhat loud experimental performative field, attempting at authority and radicality instead of alternativism or institutional critique. I am performing institution, showing them how it's done by convincing myself first. I felt like I kind of achieved it for a while, and even found the audacity to call myself an artist, feeling as though I'm extending what that even means, at least in my local environment. I began to see the diver not only as a context, but also as a figure I personify. But I'm exhausted, as I said, tired of my own rigor. So many projects, relationships, frictions, and conflicts. My fiery personality goes in and out of fashion, but it's not that I don't take pride in my achievements, it's knowing that it's all at the mercy of my desire. If I stop, everything stops. Few are crazy enough to do all of this for such meager compensation and term financing. It's not an institution. It's performing institution. It's not an institution because it's not yet conserved. Moreover, audience is scarce, people are in survival mode, their intellectual appetites are dwindling, and the role of art as meaningful agent of democracy is declining. Conserving my performative institutional field in normal times is difficult enough. I do feel this degrading fear of being forgotten, that the phone won't ring. I guess I've come too dependent on communication, exchange, and togetherness. I wish I had the balls and self-sufficiency to just stop and disappear and become a myth in the collective memory of the field, or at least go on a voyage and find my black mountain. But it seemed that my rather basic quandaries are in congruence with objective world crises. The pandemic, democracy's slow and painful demise, capitalism's embarrassing decline, an overall tone of collapsing civilization, AI alternatives, it's literally getting hot amidst the impeding threat of extinction. The idea of conservation and the fantasy of legacy are simply differently felt when the false affectivity of progress doesn't dominate the structure of feeling anymore. So what does this all mean in our post-trans, extra-human reality? After this long humanist climb on the precipice, we simply announce the fall to come. Is it just a clear mountaintop scream professing the radical changes in what it means to be human? In general, the conservation script is rather easy to dismiss using post-structuralist, feminist, and ecologist trajectories. At the same time, it seems easy, almost too easy, to playfully reimagine it while applying performative logic. Both avenues, in my opinion, do not suffice. It's important to note that by performance, I mean a kind of artistic logic, something that invariably exists in art since the dawn of time, but was reformulated under what we call the performative turn. The exponential technological development we experience as a species, along the collapse of divine authority, led us to notice this constitutive fictional element of language and sociality, a kind of logos, privilogos, I call it. In recent Western art, you would say Duchamp, Brechtian theater, Black Mountain College, performance art, Andy Warhol, postmodern dance, new wave cinema, relational aesthetics are examples of stellar moments of reflexive performative logic, of the privilogos. But in truth, they were all also effects of capitalist democracy, ascertaining its moral legitimacy. This is not to diminish the radicality and honesty in challenging society's norms and pushing us to imagine futures and practice world makings. Yet the art world is co-opting all objects and privilogoses for the sake of its institutionality and its critique. And it itself was co-opted as integral force in capitalist democracy's quest for legitimization, as it attempts to profess the end of history. In a sense, the art world, which is based on the celebration of individuals succeeding in offering content, spectacle, and meaning, has replaced the church. Art became exemplary for both capitalism and democracy. Even the performative attempts that I've mentioned couldn't resist the all-consuming power and temptation of commodity. But as I see it, all those privilogoses are dialectical images of the afterlife of capitalist democracy, outsiders within it, already registering the fusion of continuity and change, encapsulating history. Thus, despite their co-option, their attempt to conserve something fleeting, the fragility of the system itself maybe, the monstrosity and beauty of what humanity is, was, and will be. I find it interesting that a common regulative concept in contemporary pseudo-political discourse is privilege. Privi, privus, private, leges, law, a private law, an advantage granted, a special right or favor given to a person or a group, an old medieval idea representing today's regimes of intersectional inequality. Art itself is under attack under this conceptualization, and therefore we witness different attempts to reformulate and represent art as a just idea, equal representation, for example, and the like. Obviously, I don't challenge the importance of this kind of political awareness and activity, but they inspire me when they are really performed and not co-opted for the legitimizing machine. Thus, I do believe art is better thought of as privilogos rather than privilege. Art doesn't offer immunity or advantage. Rather, it's always a representation of our humanity and fear of death in a singular, sorcerous, performative attempt. In fact, if one reduces it to privileges and its discontents, one diminishes the generative problematic of art, suppresses its artifice, discounts the magic of privilogos, its ability to transgress and ana-archive, as Canadian philosopher Aaron Manning puts it. So pedagogy of transgression, or the suspension of objectal pleasure, or the ephemeral procedures and processes of becomings, these are more the bread and butter of privilogos practice. Thus, suppressing this logic and perceiving art as something that we can morally modify for its own sake, it's not just naivete, but it's in fact tantamount to serving the powers that be. Rather, letting privilogos activate the artistic event and equal representation would be the politically reasonable thing to do. A similar argument pertains to conservation of performance. The desire to conserve performance, to conserve what is ultimately a revolt against culture, is paradoxical, yet not impossible under capitalist logic. Or rather, honestly, performative logic is a byproduct of capitalist logic itself. Contrary to affirmative readings, I believe that performance is neither post-object nor post-representation. Rather, the eventual ontology of performance allows us to experience and consume them through being itself. The abstraction of use and exchange value under capitalism is a generating force for the performative turn, because the attempt to give value to an embodied labor of presence, stripped of force, embedded in the beauty of the everyday, is inseparable for the attempt to capitalize the immaterial. That is ultimately the difference between theater and performance. Theater is a trace of a pre-capitalist world within performance. That is why the privilogos is a dramaturgical force within the art world, a constant attempt to exit, while recognizing radical immanence. Therefore, emancipation is an aesthetization of performance, and at the same time, it's a call to free up bodies and beings. But of course, this has a dark side, because it's a constant struggle, an affectivity of a paradox, as it is also an enshrouding of a political ontology that is offering consumption of abstract ideas like freedom, togetherness, realness, nowness, consumption of the zombie's dead labor, as Rebecca Schneider puts it. Thus, performance is a generative force of capitalism, and privilogos is the artistic and pragmatic paradox of resistance within it. So it seems that performance logic, on the one hand, tells the tale of capitalism's rise, and on the other, as privilogos, it inscribes, or rather exscribes, the dramaturgical traces of its crises, puncture, and inevitable demise. This exscription, for me, is guided by the normative dictum of Walter Benjamin, the politicization of the aesthetic. After technical reproduction, and nowadays after digital reproduction, AI reproduction, or what have you, where the aesthetic reached political domination in exponential pace and volume, it's not just 20 centuries old propaganda, but the 24/7 imagistic onlineness. This wholeness of aesthetization of politics that we experience is a mere fact. It's important to notice that these mechanisms of control, fascist powers, have internalized performativity a long time ago, which is another reminder of the inseparability of capitalism from performativity. Post-truth, alternative facts, and fake news are just the latest examples of this. But progressive indoctrinations, such as pathologies of human rights dogma extreme individualism, or the queer facade of that neoliberalism adopted are populist inflections on the left. Thus, the politicization that Benjamin instructed is an imperative to constantly perform a dramaturgy, to take part in an event that can propose an afterlife. But how? Does fidelity to the privilogos simply mean constantly being in paradoxicality? Do I just endlessly perform institution? I tend to read this imperative not as a simple Marxist commitment to revolution, but rather the inevitable transformation of this commitment to a dramaturgy of life. Thus, performance ought to be a constant event of being in transgressive commodity, or in other words, the tapping into the conatus of performativity, to its power, is a form of preparatory practice of world-making, of the human meaning something through the inevitable collapse of capitalism, and transformation in what it means to be human. I would suggest then that conservation of performance may be called mythos of privilogos. More on that soon. So in 2015, the first year of the conceptual period of Diver, I coined the concept the expectacle. It emerged from a rather empirical observation on style, tone, and content in contemporary dance pieces created around me and abroad. It seemed that there was this new hipster tone of reflection about the spectacle. Young artists performing the desire to take part in the spectacle of capitalism, yet simultaneously performing reflexivity and criticality about this desire. I must say, this tone today became a rather boring, queer, druggy, and nihilist aesthetic. But nonetheless, this concept developed into for me, it developed into a phenomenology of preparation, expecting something, a survival mechanism for me to exist within culture, within the art world, while a situationist exscription of the spectacle is desired and performed. Thus, my work was constantly expecting. You can put the first video and you can put it with like little sound. Thus, my work was constantly expecting, preparing, describing these doomy and glooming days, and confronting my own feelings of being an accomplice. Unable to rid myself of chronic climate anxiety, for example. So in 2019, I made a piece called Hikon, which in Hebrew means prepare, or I translate it to English, at hand. It portrayed a group of young dancers conducting a preparation ceremony for a catastrophe, which might have, so this preparation ceremony might have, it was in order for them to be feeling not safe, but prepared for an unprotected art world devoid of culture, in which art is on its own. In this ceremony, the dancers utilized iconic performance art actions and pieces from the 60s and 70s, reappropriating figures such as Marina Abramovic and Vito Acconci. So they can discover and practice embedding the artist's body in the artistic object itself. It was what we sometimes relate to as reenactment, or more accurately, revisiting, as we were mostly loyal to the dynastic intergenerational knowledge and not to the conservation of the original object. It was what I then coined the hipsterization of the origin. The same year, Divers Festival was entitled Hipsteria. Okay, I'll let you see a bit more. So Hikon was in parallel the same year as Hipsteria. The capitalist subject, which we all are, appeared through the figure of the hipster. This sleepy and culture-consuming subject is experiencing hipsterization, as if pop culture has completed a certain spiritual cycle. The concluding words of the accompanying text of the festival were, "Hipsteria is not redemption, but recruitment and preparedness for truth." This is 2019, very much. For art that trickles into reality and reconnects the body to knowledge, as the fainting hysterics did. This is not a promise of a happy end. Nobody will save us, but at least we shall become a gang of hysterics, which just might, as Spinoza has long suggested, give us the knowledge of how to tolerate death a bit better. Just a few months later, the pandemic hit. The culture industry collapsed as society deemed art non-essential, and live art became a ghost to be consumed digitally. The expectacle received the gift of the event. The expectacle materialized through the event of the pandemic, which served as a portal to enter the exit. The pandemic realized the prophetic vision of Hikon. During the first lockdown in May 2020, I assembled an intergenerational group of artists, a gang of hipsterics, to start working on the festival over Zoom. And so the mythos of company was born. The infrastructure of the performative field I founded and endowed the gang with what we then termed an economy of hearts, which is my paraphrasing of ethics of care, maybe, to enter the mythical period of what a festival can be, when it was quite literally impossible to hold a festival. The paradoxicality of the privilogos was palpable, allowing for its logic to create a new form of life, a new worldliness for art. The miracle that allowed us to assemble and create digital content was this loophole in the Culture Ministry's pandemic-era regulations, somewhat akin to the line distinguishing porn and prostitution. Like pornographers, once we put a camera in front of the act, it became legal for the company to assemble. On the heels of the first lockdown, insisting on being together, specifically in a time of social distancing, the company traveled between closed museums and institutions with the occasional bout of illness accompanied by a video camera. A different artist led each stop along the way. And after the first station of Zoom, we visited Avital Geva's greenhouse in a kibbutz about 40 minutes north of Tel Aviv. Geva is an avant-garde artist who represented Israel in the Venice Biennial in the 90s, and later at the Natural History Museum, the Tel Aviv Museum of Art, the Planetarium, and we also attended demonstrations on the streets of Jerusalem. The result was an epos of 5 chapters. Guys, you can, which presented the first year of the pandemic, the festival as voyage, dance not as an object, but as an embodied reality, which was presented on a specially designated website, which the boys are now going to enter as if they are the audience, a specially designated website as an online video exhibition, which we presented in December 2020, so it was the end of the year. Each episode was designated in a different choreographic and cinematic format, and I, as the curator, took care of the company and wrote the mythos into being. It's still on the air today. The anomality of the times has offered life as an spectacle event. My practice of performing the institution, the accumulated conceptual terminology, and ethos of preparedness all lent itself for us to make the festival into a performative conservation of the first year of the pandemic. Yes, it was documented through video, but this is only the objectal remains. The mythos of company as an act of conservation remains, as it is performative, following Schneider. The festival became a mythos, not only of a festival, but of making a festival. We were conserving the idea of art as a life force during a time that allowed us a peek at a ruined future. We were conserving the festival as a spiritual idea, an entity that exists from the dawn of time. The festival itself was freed up to perform. Okay. So since the spectacle received the gift of the event, the conservation practice of privilogos became more palpable, and the portal of the pandemic made it easier to enter the exit, to enter the mythos and exit the spectacle. Thus the conservation of performance, the mythos of privilogos, performing fidelity to art, not just as privilogos, not just as a singular attempt to conserve the human, not just existing in the waiting or expecting the collapse. It seems then that conservation of performance itself has a doubling effect. Conserving performance means entering the world of the mythos of performativity itself, where privilogos cannot be confused with privilege, where art, even if momentarily, finds freedom from culture. Privilogos on its own is very easily contorted with performance as capitalist logic. Once one enters the mythos of privilogos, one has the privilege of being a part of history, an agent of the afterlife within contemporaneity, where the special favor art has doesn't depend on moral contingency, where it exists before the law. It is where festivals, school, museum, theater are ceremonial internal entities to be protected and preserved. So they are not conserving us, we are actually conserving them. Not agents of culture whose job is to present the capitalization of human brilliance, but rather be essential spiritual places for our survival. Maybe you can put the third last video, which is just a peek for a project that we did after the pandemic in a little museum outside of Tel Aviv. So it's just a little hint. So the mythos of privilogos, the conservative performative logic in art, is a call for a kind of art world, a kind of togetherness, a kind of black mountain. It's where art appears as a human function. It's what will help us survive after capitalism, after democracy, to survive as humans who experienced individuality. It's the assembly of many singular attempts of the privilogos, which succeeded in being documented and notated as mythos, like on the mountain. It's a guiding ethos for generations to come, an encapsulation of previous inspiration. So just quickly, after the mythos of privilogos, we kind of found a home in one museum, and each year the festival became a specific ceremony in that museum. So this is from 2020. The audience are all wearing white. So it's really dark. I don't know why, but okay. Maybe we can go back to my presentation. So I'm not sure that it's well advised to enter the mythos and never exit. A German mythos scholar wrote me over email correspondence. Maybe she's right in the sense that now I'm exhausted and find it very hard to get with the times and get back to normal in post-COVID world. On the other hand, we're on the brink of Third World War. My country, Israel, is amid an autocratic overthrow, and so on and so forth. So maybe her belief that humans have agency in choosing when to enter and when to exit is her liberal naivete. So it is clear to me that conserving the human, applying the mythos of privilogos, is a form of what I call recruited art. It denies the idea that art is just a free-floating privilogos, amazing humans doing their amazing thing and being awarded in accordance. No, it's being committed to survival of humanity, to the conservation of humanity through the function of art. In our current day and age, when anarchy seems like a true political aspiration, and I don't mean simple chaos, but a truly different structure of power. I know it's kind of hard to imagine in Switzerland, but in Israel it's much easier. I do not mean simple chaos, but truly a different structure of power. We artists need to think of our worldliness, of performing institutions, and we must invest in the art world itself, perform it. Meaning, conserving must exist in our ceremonies and entities. If so, performance logic in art, in its thriving towards mythos, is always a form of recruited art. Art in the service of conservation, applying the economy of hearts in the heart of economy, a beating heart of reflexive politicity in the midst of ravenous consumption. Mythos of privilogos is the coding of the afterlife of capitalism within capitalism, a prophecy for future civilization, an anarchic vision of the future of humanity. So as I mentioned before, I'm not sure what the next chapter of the festival will be. Entering the mythos is a never-ending story, but as individuals we are thrown, always falling into our own time. So indeed, the constitutive tale of the mythos of privilogos is the mythos of company, the being in companion, which firmly confronts the individualist indoctrination of liberal democracy. Yet, I'm not preaching for the reinstatement of collective ideologies, meaning it's not just about the demonization of liberalism and capitalism. The individual who is now surrounded by frightening forces, who lost any means of protection, who is hard at work in discovering the mythos of Logos, is also in need of protection. So my current intuitions are about the difference between individualism and selfhood, and rediscovering individuality as collective selfhood. Individuality appearing amidst difference, in service of survival, in service of conservation. So recently I was reminded by the sad, amazing story of the artist Paul Thek, who the brilliant writer Chris Kraus, I don't know if you know her, American writer, wrote about in her book Aliens and Anorexia. I read this book in Sinai, in Egypt, next to the beach. I was so inspired by Thek, feeling great affinity to his various projects. He did like crazy performative projects in the 60s and 70s. And the love and melancholy in Kraus's words touched me. Thek had a painful end, not just dying of AIDS, but also being basically temporarily forgotten and pushed out of the art world of his time. So Kraus writes, living alone in New York City in the early 1980s, Thek was thinking about joining the Benedictine monastery. He wasn't drawing much. Instead, he kept a diary. Around that time, he wrote, "My work is about time, an inevitable impurity from which we all suffer." The standout painting from Thek's final show before his death of AIDS in 1988 was the image of a clock surrounded by the words, "The face of God." I don't think the poignancy of this is diminished by its obviousness. Back in Tel Aviv, I started Googling and looking for more information about Thek. The first page I came across, Paul Thek, Diver, a retrospective. I don't think the poignancy of this is diminished by its obviousness. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ido. I think we have time for a question or two. My colleagues? Okay, well, I have a few questions actually. Yeah, thank you for all of this new vocabulary and these new ways of thinking about some of the things we've already been talking about today, or that have kind of come up in the conversations that have informed this event today. I was really struck in particular when you said nobody will save us, and then you referred to Spinoza and the idea of learning to tolerate death a bit better. And I'm wondering how we can kind of put those ideas into the context of conservation. You know, how can conservators or those looking to conserve performance learn to tolerate death better without giving up on life? And what can be saved, or maybe better, what does it mean to save in this context where nobody will save us?
Well, I think, like I said, that performance, and by performance logic, I mean albeit art, you could, because I think this performative locus is true for any artwork, but let's say performance-related practices make that into a certain media, almost this something that is. So, but I think art in general is on the side of death, and maybe conservation too. I mean, conservation maybe has this kind of idea that, yeah, we're all going to die, and therefore we need objectal memorabilia, or I think even if you think of even like museums, like that, they're originally come from how do you call it? When the dukes, like the rooms of yes, exactly, chambers of curiosities, or so. I mean, which is like close to the idea of like a pharaoh dying with all of his objects, So the idea of presenting conserved objects was always reflective of representing some idea of wealth, or some idea that surpasses actually our lived life. And museums, of course, are mausoleums. So I do think, I do think it's kind of conflicting ways of tolerating death a bit better. And I do think performance, like I said, and conservation they treat humanity kind of the same, in the sense that it's an addressee, it's an authority. They believe in humanity, which is like saying maybe believing in the idea of life, but they have a very different trajectories of how to deal with that. And I think nobody will save us. Yeah, I think nobody will save us I think performance came at a certain moment, which is, I mean, historically, it's just a theory, yeah, but it came to be this apparent media or apparent logic when capitalism bursted, when we kind of thought, we have it, you know, we as humans, we got it, we are in the Industrial Revolution, we can, you know, the life expectancy went up, antibiotics, so it's like, we know our culture's obsession with life, with youth, we lost our ability to tolerate or be busy with death. And so I do think art, the mythos of Privilogos will have a kind of, one of my future dreams of the festival, I don't know, maybe 2027, it's a kind of a, how do you say, palliative dance festival, kind of like going back to performance being really kind of like assisting us as a culture, kind of like being able to be next to death again.
I guess, hi, like, I'm Egle, and this is Dorota, so you know which one is which. We work as an artist duo. We're based in Basel, in Switzerland, but I'm from Lithuania, and Dorota is from Poland. So that's our background. And I think today we just present our work because maybe many of you don't know, and then we'll try to speak of how each relates to documentation, I guess. Right?
So we work in multiples across performance, painting, sculpture, fragrance, video, and installation. Our works exist in their own ecologies and are mutually iterative. Our sculptures often become characters in our video works and performances, while the performances are captured in sculptural form in their own right. We're interested in moments where language breaks down and one genre morphs into many.
Our collaborative practice began in 2013 with Young Girl Reading Group, a long-term project under which we organized more than 170 events and performances, which investigated the act of reading as a shared intimate experience that held the potentiality to become public performance through the out-louding of words. We read together, pronouncing the words out loud, emphasizing the relationship of the body of text and the collective body.
Sentenced to be burned. Woman of Bendicht Spark, Höchstling, performed. Elsie Couchat of Sauber Band, Huguette au Soleil from All Band for Life. Jean-François Bourgognot of Vezin, beheaded. Marguerite Grimaud from Echarlin, burnt alive. Jacquemin Grimaud, daughter from Echarlin, beheaded at a young age. Jacques Grimaud, son from Echarlin, released. François Sautier, decapitated, burned. Génaud Bardet, beheaded, burned. Suzanne Monin, Georges Hermont from La Tour de Trèves sliced head, the body thrown into the flames.
Continuous interest in folklore runs through our work, referring to folklore as an entwining of a multiplicity of voices over time. The characters that appear in our performances and videos are the depiction of a mixture of different layered references to text, both written and of oral variety, weirding the relationship between the body and the landscape through storytelling. Transfusing different bodies of knowledge across space and time, our research-based practice weaves together seemingly disparate fields like ecology and technology, non-human intelligence, and shared speculation.
Turn your hands into shovels, dig yourself out, return to me.
Because it comes through the computer, no? The sound. I continue. Opening up alternative states and temporalities through queerness and magic, our works often graft onto the non-visual and non-linear, machine-hallucinated, olfactory and ritualistic, as stories loosely tethered together by language. Fact, fiction, and theory intertwine, infused with sense, chance, and mythical characters. Our work, Mauhlas Part 2, from 2020, for example, is both performance and video, but unfolds primarily as polyphonic song that addresses the audience both through text and sound. The final video work of the Mauhlas trilogy, the two-channel Mauhlas Part 3, is articulated by an encounter between a peasant and an unsettling figure of the Upior. Documented history tracks a range of living dead, multi-souled and mutating figures across the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Ukraine and the surrounding areas, from the Middle Ages to modern times. The Slavic belief in Upiorism has been described as a unique form of shamanism and animism, representing a worldview that extends beyond contemporary discourses and defined borders of one physical body. Mauhlas Part 3 narrative is inspired by beings characterized by doubleness, both dead and alive, human and monster, historically cited and merely anecdote or legend. In taking the form of a two-channel video, Mauhlas Part 3 presents a fragmented conversation between an archetypal peasant and what could be described as their own second soul. Dispersed in time and in the simulated setting of the countryside, identities blend, and the peasant's body proves not a boundary to be contained, but one that is porous. It leaks and spills, connecting to the world in the form of a demonic figure of the Upior. More often depicted as a Slavic ancestor of the vampire, the Upior originates and is traceable both in factual and fictional context simultaneously. In a sense, that Upior of Mauhlas Part 3 encompasses a multiplicity of figures from a range of contexts, both historical and fictional. The speculative second soul of an archetypal peasant bound to the land through serfdom, the historical leader of the peasant rebellion of 1846 in Galicia, Jakob Schela, Polydorus vampire, the instigator of the Danzig plague of 1518, Pounica, the noon demon, and a contemporary digital self. Our work functions as a porous archive, collecting fragments belonging to a range of different eras and realms of reality and fantasy. losing the rigidity of knowledge, linearity of narratives, and drawing from the mutability of folklore, becomes a liberatory experience which enables finding voice for those who have been denied it, today and through centuries. Now there is no sound, I think. No.
I'm just gonna read over then.
Yeah.
Like queerness, which to many is the blurring of boundaries, the strange distortion between inside and outside, and Upur embraces the possibility of being both self and other, dispersed and situated. Gender fluid and defining classification, the Upur transgresses the dichotomy of the body and the environment, exemplary of what thinker Karen Barat calls entanglements, and welcoming various individuals and various understandings of the body, which is dispersed, fragmented, and changeable. And Upuric subjectivity is that which exists in between, and by this being questions the binary understanding of the surroundings, as such renegotiating normative ways of interacting with the surrounding world. In our performance works, we try to play with this doubleness, engaging in it with both the concept and the form. Our performances often employ live streaming to underline the impossibility of full, complete knowledge and the fleetingness of the moment.
In our practice, we think through spirits and demons of vernacular belief, not only metaphors, but interfaces and processes that hold potentiality for radical reimagining of our world. In which human and nature, human and non-human, are thoroughly imbricated. Spirits that we borrow from Slavic and Baltic folklore beliefs serve to demonstrate that the past is not actually past at all, and that the dead, drowned, burned, and buried, they have always lived in cyclical time and in the landscape. Interstitial bodies, souls, and spirits occupy liminal, contaminated edge-of-world zones, swamps, soils, and spells. Our work seeks out those in between spaces and states. These presences present us with a ghostly quality of continuous mutation in between recognizable and fleeting, abstract and figurative. But then there's no sound. There's no.
Once upon a time, there was a child who was willful and would not do as her mother wished. For this reason, God had no pleasure in her and let her become ill, and no doctor could do her any good. And in a short time, she lay on her deathbed. And she had been lowered into her grave, and the earth was spread over her. All at once, her arm came out again and stretched upwards. Once upon a time, there was a child who was willful and wouldn't ask her mother wish. For this reason, God had pleasure in her and let her become ill. And no doctor could do her any good. And in a short time, she lay on her deathbed. When she had been lowered to her grave and the air was spread over her, all at once her arm came out again and stretched upwards and stretched upwards. Once upon a time, there was a child who was willful and wouldn't ask her mother wished. For this reason, God had no pleasure in her and the lights were coming, and now like there. What arms to lean upon, myself, my little one. And when I can put it in and spread fresh air over it, it goes out to no purpose, but the arm always came out again.
Our performance, Lalia, is both performed and documented by one actor, where the act of documentation is implemented into the performance itself. The performance is split between two locations, a bar setting or otherwise, haunted by the presence of a demon, and the theater space, where a live B-movie is projected. Lalia thus presents itself as a constant reminder of bodily presence, an impossibility of being in multiple locations. Mediated by a live stream connection, Lalia plays with the idea of the audience never being able to observe the piece in its totality, underlining the essence of the performance genre and the subjectivity of the viewership per se.
In Lalia, the scene unfolds as a mediated monologue of the demonic creature Pounica, which once upon a time haunted field workers at noon, tempting them to engage in deceptive dialogue. Appearing at the hottest point of the day, this demon demanded answers to the difficult questions in the delirium of heat. This legendary figure poses a metaphor for our contemporary anxieties related to ecological and social unease. Here, the combination of text, sound, video, and digital and analog doubling creates a setting that is at once archaic and futuristic. During this piece, a hybrid narrative unfolds that seamlessly blurs presumed polarities, such as subject, environment, nature, technology, real and virtual.
In our series of performances titled Sulk, we focus on performing a notion of embodied text. We see this as a process of collapsing the relationship between reading and performing, in both physical and digital spaces, to enact networks between the text and the readers. The text read quote diverse references, including Ursula K. Le Guin, Margarita Mendes, Donna Haraway, Sarah Ahmed, Octavia Butler, Olga Tokarczuk, Leslie Jameson, Paul B. Preciado, Richard Sennett, Jack Halberstam, and others. Choreographed together with the performers, the deliberately awkward poses and movements exaggerate, distort, and abstract the positions of the reading body.
We choose to speak about Sulk theory since these works also deal with the idea of documentation in its various forms and implications of surveillance, collection, quantification, and the distribution of lived and shared experience and knowledge. Each iteration of Sulk performances plays with the memory of such experience, simultaneously presenting the audience with a number of elements referencing its previous stagings. Each previous performance enters a new iteration as a trace through images and props.
For example, Leave No Trace Milan from 2021 transforms manipulated images of the Sulk performance documentation, specifically Sulk 2 from Spazio Maiocchi in Milan, into a modular set of transparent screens. The sculptural objects here exist both as works in their own right and as performance props, having been used in Sulk 4 at the Hamburger Kunstverein, for instance. The screens form a spatial installation which is activated by the movement of the audience. The stretched chiffon textiles acquire and lose saturation, viewed at different angles, becoming a ghostly presence in the space.
Speaking of different ways of preserving the performance experience, we would like to speak about smell as a possible container. At ANTI, the 6th Athens Biennial in 2018, we presented the first iteration of Salk series, during which the fragrance Rixper 1126AE was conceived of in collaboration with International Flavors and Fragrances. Together with a chemist, perfumer, and smell designer from IFF, we produced a synthetic molecular replica of the smell collected during the performance with the use of headspace technology. In this process, the fragrance, or more precisely, present molecules are collected with the help of a glass dome and an ionized needle to be further synthetically replicated in the lab. The new smell created by the lab, titled Rixper 1126AE, bears a poetic sign of or memory of belonging to a collective experience, a sentiment to a shared moment.
We are interested in treating smell as an olfactory method of documentation of both performance and space. Scent is nomadic and volatile. When it is released, it cannot be fully recaptured or fully undone. Smell is somehow positioned outside the foreground of our awareness, navigating and activating our internal spaces according to procedures that defy easy explanation. Its molecules enter spaces and cavities, receptors, and make bodies move a certain way, make them orient towards each other. We see the possibility of thinking of smell as a performative play on a molecular level, considering what Paul B. Preciado's conversing with Paul B. Preciado's Testo Junkie, and underlying the breaking of boundaries between us, the other, nature flowing through and across humans and machines, life forms and non-life forms.
We proceed with this thinking on all the performance work we develop. We are currently finishing a new 6-hour piece for 2 performers titled Brew, to be presented as part of MOVE 2023 Festival in June in Paris at Centre Pompidou, that will attempt to expose the absence and make it present. Split between 2 locations, as Lalia was, the performance will play with the duration, interspersed by intermissions that will allow the performers to hover in the state in between performance, there but also outside the script and the story, simultaneously giving rise to a 6-hour-long movie which will document not only the activations of the space but also the absences.
We would like to finish our presentation with a quote from The Second Body by Daisy Hillard, a book that we have finished recently and that resonates with us in relation to our practice and today's talk. Every living thing has 2 bodies these days. You are flying into the atmosphere and back down to the ground right now, but you can't feel it. You breathe something in, and the what you breathe out is something else. Your first body is the one belonging to Richard, the place where you live in, made of your own personal skin. Your second body is the body belonging to Gina, a body which is not so solid as the other one, but much larger. The second body is your own literal and physical biological existence. It's a version of you. It's not a concept, it's your own body. The language we have at the moment is weak. We might speak vaguely of global connections, of the emissions and the circulation of gases, of impacts.
And yet, at some microscopic or intangible scale, bodies are breaking into one another. The concept of a global impact is not working for us, and in the meantime, your body has already eaten the distance. Your first body could be sitting alone in a church in the center of Marseille, but your second body is floating above a pharmaceutical plant on the outskirts of the city. It is inside a freight container in the docks, and it is also thousands of miles away on a floodplain in Bangladesh, in another man's lungs. It is understandably difficult to remember that you have nothing to do with this second body. Your first body is the body you inhabit in your daily life. However, you are alive in both. You have 2 bodies. And
thank you.
Thank you. And you have the fragrance.
Thank you both so much.
And we brought also the fragrance you can pass around. So it's like more bodily, it's more real.
Yeah, that's why we brought it.
We have a lot.
So as we're bringing this olfactory conservation of performance kind of back into our own bodies, are there any questions for Egla and Dorota? Well, I can start with a question. One thing that I'm really fascinated by is how your work kind of insists on all of these different modes of the body and dematerializes the body and rematerializes it and brings performance into all of these forms where maybe it's unexpected or where it seems that kind of performance can't live and makes it live there somehow. So I'm wondering how this kind of, it's not just the multimediality of your work, but kind of the media kaleidoscope of the work that you're doing. How does that complicate how we can approach the conservation of it? What are there sort of special conditions of conservation to keep this performance and this performativity alive in its multiple forms?
I guess like each media, I guess, needs a different, I guess, right? Like that could be like a more difficult part for us, like how to keep it alive, because then each media would need like completely different forms of like observation, right? Like that, or like much more care. And this interconnectedness, like somehow maybe we need to be like underline later on, but somehow in creating like works, like we don't want to get tangled with the idea like of the future, because I guess like we are not exactly like it's not exactly known, and like somehow, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, working for us, working in like a range of media and also working within like the art gallery context, there is like this tendency to expect artists to like fix things into forms and shapes that are defined at one point when the work is finished. And for us, it's not really finished ever, because it somehow participates in the making of another work, or it becomes transformed in its next iteration through like collecting its own archive, like for instance with the Salk series that always acquires more and more layers each time it is reperformed by different people, I guess. So I guess its changeability for us like is quite important, and maybe in some contexts difficult to understand and achieve, in terms of like working with institutions or in the gallery context, for instance.
But I guess it's okay if only traces survive, but also like of sculptural objects or fragrance, like I think we're okay with that. That like there is no linearity of this, no?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, the fragrance, we also brought this smell for you because it's like a fragrance that you can wear, you know? It's like this kind of perfect image of your staged performance, you know? It's like pleasant, and it's just another way of kind of showing you our work, I guess. It's just as much of a performance as the image of the performance is, in a way, yeah.
It's just a small note, but it seems to me that like the conservation ethos that can come from here is just like a conduit, or it's just like the objectal remains are just conduits for this multiverse of materiality where the work exists. So I don't know, I feel kind of an affinity to that because it has a like mythical element. No, it's like it opens a sphere that only exists within performance, but it does appear in the material world as something that is activating memory, conservation.
Yeah, absolutely.
We try.
We have a question from Irene Müller, again, asks, has one of your works been purchased by an institution? And how did you, or how would you, if it's a theoretical question, deal with questions of certificates and inventarization?
We sold objects, but not performance per se. I think like we kind of know how to write it down, I guess, the instructions. Yeah. So if anyone's interested.
I guess it's a question. I don't know. I think if we're confronted with this in reality, then I think we'll have to consider it piece by piece because they're all quite different, I guess.
Yeah. So we dealt with sculptures and
so we've only ever saw objects, so this feels like, I don't know, maybe for another day. So
yeah.
It might not be theoretical for long, though, the questions.
I guess, we know how to write it down, like the instruction manual, it's like a composition of objects. I guess it just seems that it's the process quite easy and contractual, right? And I don't think it's a difficult part, right? Like to write down each stage.
I mean, I guess each piece has a set of elements it comes with, the instructions, the text part, the script.
And I guess for us it's a bit easier because we never perform ourselves. We have to communicate to others. So for us, everything comes as an instruction already. We make crazy documents for our performers, so it's already there, right? It's text is written down. Often the instigation of the performance is a sound piece that really controls the performer, or their moves, because it's lip synced.
Yeah, I guess the question is, how do you communicate at this next level? How does it give rise to the new documentation that becomes part of the new piece, where to be performed again? I guess. So.
Yeah, but then maybe this doesn't need to continue, right? Could it be just done exactly the same? No, I don't know.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and since we have an example of your works being kind of preserved in a sense outside of institutions in the piece that was done by David Christel, do you feel that this next level was in some way activated in what she did? Do you feel that that her performance constituted a kind of conservation of your work?
I guess artists speak to one another and reference each other in many ways. So I think this is maybe a bit more direct way of referencing, but I guess this conversation exists in between artists in general, right? Through references. But this is, I guess, it's a special moment, right? To be mentioned somewhere and credited like that. So I don't know. And I guess it's because as we said, Lalia is made as a soundtrack to be inhabited by a performer. So we often work with Julia that you've seen there, but we're open to the idea that someone else could perform it. So I think this is a bit just seeing it what it would be with another actor, right? Also a little bit because David, she had a excerpt of our soundtrack. So it's a bit for us it's interesting to see what will happen when it's played by another person. No?
Any last questions?
We can take a break. We can answer you in person if you're interested.
Yeah, that sounds nice as well. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks.
Welcome after the break, and it is my huge pleasure to introduce this evening Rosanna Raymond, who joins us from Aotearoa, which I need some help with pronouncing, but it's obviously New Zealand. And it is really, it is just our huge pleasure that she agreed to join us this evening to continue our conversation on living heritage as well, on archiving, on body, and on performance conservation. So over to you, Rosanna. Thank you so much.
Ngai taki marangaki ai. Ngaringa toi taki marangaki ai. Wananga hia te matauranga. Karawhiua opaki waitara. Kōrero hia rāranga tia ka tiritiria ka paupaua. Hikituia te ihi me te wana. Tu heru hapai mahunga tiki humie huie taikie. I cry the ocean, I bleed the earth, I sleep with mountains, and I greet you with my dead. May my waters greet your waters, may my mountains greet your mountains, may my house greet your house. May we take this time to acknowledge the past, for those who have passed, for we are the past, we are the present, we are the future. Male alofa mai ainga whawhitai, with love and gratitude. Here I acknowledge Ngāti Whātua, who keep the fires warm, tendering the mana of the whenua, the dignity of the land where I take shelter, and Tamaki Makaurau, te ika a Maui, Aotearoa, the colonized land known as New Zealand. I hail from Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, the great Pacific Ocean. Whawhitai teli lava mole anga lelei. Thank you for your generosity. Here I acknowledge the organizers of the event. Thank you for allowing me to add my voice to this amazing gathering of bodies, minds, and soul. It really is a privilege. Thank you very much. I thought maybe just to start off, I'd just like to invite you to, it's a little invitation maybe just to as part of my practice, we bring our ancestors with me. So this is just a little invitation, almost a little mantra that I have to sit with your ancestors. So it's interactive, guys. I am the ancestor. I am the house of the ancestor. I am tino o whaia, a body of va. Inside me, eons of past lives, layers of genetic material sharing the same time and space as I live through them and they live through me. Manava loloto. Breathe deep. I am the Va now. Repeat after me. I am the ancestor. The ancestor is me. Okay, let's just sit there for a minute, shall we? And I invite you to bring in a loved one, an ancestor, maybe somebody from your not so distant past. I invite you to bring them into the room and we'll just sit there with them for a little while. Just sit and be. I am a body becoming. I am neither male nor female, nor am I either or. I am the Aitu, once born to the womb, nurtured on the land, forging a va tapu ia, connecting me to all that is created. Repeat after me. I am the Aitu. The Aitu is me. Now I invite you to maybe invite your deep past, your ancestral past. Let's just sit with our past in the present. I am more than the va. I am the connective tissue, the resting place for the atua. I am a va'a, a slippery boundary between heaven on earth, manifested in blood, bone, heart, and soul, decorated, maintained, and sustained. Te uleva. Sau oli ola. When my last breath takes leave, it will be the moli and the aitu that remain, a perpetual gift from the depths of the past. Repeat after me. I am the ancestor. I am the aitu. I am the va now. Just in case, you can tell them that they can stay in their world because you have some business to do in this one. Just in case. Some of them like to hang around. Oh, thank you. That's helped calm my nerves. Okay. Who am I? Well, to position myself, I am unapologetically Moana-centric. So Moana Nuia Kiwa is the word that we describe where we live. Some of you might know it as the Pacific Ocean. So I have a lived experience in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the UK and Australia. I'm an introduced species, and this multi-stranded genealogical legacy brought about by waves of migration to Aotearoa from Europe, the Moana Nui, and this is how I define sort of myself here. So I'm a kind of, so who am I? I am also known as sister specific. So, yep. So this is blood clot. She gets around. Here's Mama Tane. But I thought actually I was going to share sort of what I do. I do a little bit of show and not tell. So sister specifics, mainly a spoken word artist. But as you see, she's quite a grand lady as well. So let's play our first video, please.
Eyes closed, listening to the echo of my creation. The past revived in real time.
Oh, no video. Oh, wow.
I arrive in the dark. It doesn't matter. They have already left to bathe in the waters of Pōloa.
Oh my God, a very
no
blurred
clothes,
video.
Just skin soaked in turmeric. Is that the Atua looking at me? No, that isn't a side eye, it's some sort of ancestral slippage. Do I need to be adorned or just laid bare? Please, don't close your eyes. This is ceremony.
You've got to pretend this is really sharp, crisp video that you're watching. Look at this. I'm not sure what's going on here. We use a lot of sound. And when I look at these performative moving image works, for me it's the language is performing.
If you want pain,
so these to me are just another version of a performance. But I think we'll move along because I cannot believe
we are embedded in the layers of your skin, ancient tentacles tending to earthly strands of genetic material. Call us ladies, not girls, not women. Back to back.
Yeah, sorry, that's not your fault. I'm not sure why that quality is like.
No.
It's painful to watch.
This is not double vision, it's a non-binary. Duality with a shared centre, a view of the periphery.
You see, my body is actually one of my primary materials.
And consume.
So sister
Tell
specific.
Them to listen to the wind if they cannot recognise
of a collective called the Pacific Sisters.
They will need to pay attention to where the stars rise.
Let's just cut this. Sorry, I can't handle it being so. Oh yeah, it's a little bit better.
Sit still while we pray for the rain.
Yeah,
it will bring.
Sorry, that was like disturbing my visual aesthetic. So my body's basically my prime material, really. So I come from a lineage of collectives. I am a member of the Pacific Sisters. We're one of Aotearoa's longest running collectives. So we create, we make, and actually hopefully this video is going to be a lot better, but I thought for me, we don't just turn up as ourselves. So I've come here not just with myself, but with my collective, the Pacific Sisters, and another collective that I'll introduce to you. And I feel like this video sort of, it captured a moment where the institution kind of
I'm really
overnight
proud
success
for the
of
Pacific
30
Sisters
years
and all the various
recognised.
communities that they represent, that finally they're having their moment in time to be recognised in a really major public institution. It's an absolute treat to be back against a credible group of women.
It's kind of like full circle, you know, when you begin a journey and you don't know when it's going to not necessarily end, but you don't know where the end point is or a certain point in the future. When we started, we obviously wouldn't think in our wildest dreams we would be in this position where we're being recognised and people are interested, and also people are saying, hey, you've influenced us in some way, or, you know, and yeah, just to be a small part of that is, it's such an honour.
For all of us to be in one space at one time is awesome and great, because we're a global group now. Back in the day, we were all living in Auckland, but now everyone's moved out of town. They're all living and working in other places. So for us to be in one space and one time, it's quite hard to get everyone together. So it's even more special for us to be here together.
For me, it was about sisters, making, creating. Nothing's changed. We're still family.
Absolutely fantastic that Te Papa has brought us back together again, so that we can actually share our artistic practice together as a collective before we go back out into being our little individual selves again.
It's kind of like coming back, like hoki ki te kāinga, coming back to the whānau. You know, we've kind of all gone out into the world and kind of cast our net and put out our whenua, you know, kind of like weaving our korowai out into the world, and then we're kind of coming back.
Yeah, the activation is really important to me because it's not a performance, it's not entertainment, we're not there to entertain any sort of crowd. We're there to connect spiritually with those of our members who have passed, those who have supported us. It's a time for us to come together and share our histories and our friendship. And it will have performative aspects, but it's real ceremony with real love, real remembrance. Henry's written us a beautiful pure that will cleanse the pathway, so that in a way, in terms of our cultural health and safety, that we are all looked after. We've paved the way through actually activating the space.
No! No! Itera!
Make sure that everybody who has worked with us knows that we are thinking of you, we are carrying you and your mana with us.
It's about how I'm going to present a song which I wrote, which is entitled Te Tuto. I have composed this piece that celebrates Pacific Sisters as a collective group.
now welcome you all into the new Toy Art Gallery.
Come to this side, silence. Feel the stillness, and this is when you can just rid everything. And then I'll come back here, and then we actually close it off with another movement. And it represents knowledge. And knowledge is given to a few. Will it not be then in danger of being lost?
One of the joys about being in the Pacific Sisters group is the ability to not only create but to collaborate and trying to work through processes and figure out how to make something with another set of eyes and another set of hands that are always there. One of the key things for us is being a wahine, being a woman. We weren't just thinking about ourselves, we were thinking about our kids and also not just our children but all the people around us, and so we just need to look at ourselves and be a little bit fearless to stand up and say, this is who I am, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I do, this is how we all can be.
I mean, I suppose it's one example of the archive, but for us, without these living bodies, they really are just artifacts, which is only part of its being in terms of a taonga. The other collective and entity that I am is I am the founding member and self-appointed lifetime president of the Sauvage Club. And we put the va into the sauvage. So again, there's a lot of, and again, I was just going to show you a video because it's so hard, you know, I can show you the pictures, but you can't really just feel the energy of the people. This slide was a closing ceremony with a kava ceremony. So, you know, the ceremony may not, you know, don't believe the anthropologists. So yeah, let's play this. So the next video is a kind of a non-linear experience of an installation we did in Brisbane. So we're actually in an art gallery.
Ancestors of the Turrbal, ancestors of the Yagra, we ask that you will welcome us to your land. We acknowledge this is your land. We ask your blessing on all these treasures and of all these people who have come from across the borders. We ask your blessing on Burma. We ask your blessing on all those who have come to this ceremony. We acknowledge you that this is your land. Always was, always is, always will be. Savage Club.
People have been making music for a long time, with sticks and with skin, with bows and with strings. Our need to create has not changed, but technology has continuously evolved. Technology has just taken a giant leap forward.
There was layers involved in that project. I tell you, actually, I haven't seen the video for quite a while. It was pretty cute. It was about 7 years ago, but we can talk about them later. So what actually do I do? So I play with language a lot, and I've sort of developed a couple of my own sort of ways of dealing with what I do. I'm an activator. Yes, I put the va not only in the savages, but in a whole lot of other things. So I just thought I'd sort of go down a few of these things. What do I think an activator does? It is a performative agent using a VAR body as a methodology to bring the past into the present, creating a space of connection and cohesion. There's VAR and conservation, oh my God. Sustaining and maintaining past, present, and future relationships, not just the physical condition of a thing. I'm a cultivator, a relational researcher employing culturally appropriate ways to establish links, genealogical, geographical, historical, and social. I'm an accessifier. I am definitely visually hectic, but we are celebrating our abundance. So I-land, it's the cultural and political geography of the surroundings through my eyes. A fabricator, a creative native, dreaming, gathering, designing, fashioning, constructing, composing, writing, rehearsing, installing stuff and things. I make new Aitu, fully formed, fleshed out, urban charismas that embody the mauli and the mana of the whaangongo and the ngafa they relay, and I'll talk about those later on. What to us is a savage? Unthinking and rethinking the savage as an active agent of VAR. The capitalization of the VAR privileges the Samoan notion of the VAR, which I invoke to maintain the mana, like the dignity, power of moana-based practices and protocols at the heart of my creative practice. Okay, you're going, what is the VAR? Come on. So, the VAR, and I'm totally being Samoan-centric here, because the VAR you'll find all through the moana, and every island's sort of got its own sort of kind of way of articulating it. But the VAR is an active space that binds people and things together, forming relationships that necessitates reciprocal obligations. So this is not a linear, it's not an empty space. In fact, it's a really hyperactive space that needs maintaining. So I was looking at a VAR body. So I ended up doing a thesis on what is this VAR body. For me, it's a corporeal vessel that activates the VAR through sharing time and space with a genealogical past, present, and future. A non-gendered space where all ancestors are housed, both male and female, Atua, those are our gods, and Aitu. I'm going to talk about them soon. A performative body that attracts, sustains, and maintains relationships. So my VAR is embodied, multi-stranded, urban, transnational. It is fluid and genderless as the vessel for the ancestor as it constantly folds time and spaces in artistic, institutional, civil, and scholarly projects. I engage the VAR to construct a VAR body so that I can challenge and negotiate spaces, especially in museums. So I think I'm just going to run a video, but with no sound, because I mean, for the rest of the talk, I just try to answer your questions. So here's my VAR blah. All right, you ready? Okay, the longevity or the afterlife of my performative works does not just reside in the archival flotsam and jetsam, but through a VAR body. The VAR body is like a bridge, a pathway for my ancestral past to re-emerge from the inner self. It is not a mundane body, it needs to be activated. This goes beyond performance and mere entertainment. The VAR body is mediating different cultural and spiritual settings, allowing mauli, this cosmological energy found in the animate and inanimate, to be rendered tangible, enabling a cohabitation of this past, present, and future. So a VAR body can not only retell a story, but can also recreate new narratives, new lives. The VAR body is both interpretive and generative. It has the potential to bring things into existence, creating spaces of connection which can then exist outside the Western construct of time and space. And there's a whole other kōrero if we want to get into tā and VAR. But essentially performativity and spirituality had a place in Samoan life through the Aitu. So I suppose it's like when I managed to release myself from the shackles of the Western notion of art, visual art, performance art, crafty art, you know, that's when I really sat inside and really dug underneath my own indigenous, you know, ways of knowing and being. This is where I sort of released myself and started to actually have a good time. So, so that's part of this ethnocentrics that I have. You know, I've lived in the Western world and it was frankly boring me. Well, it's a shackle. So we had no word for art or performer, but we have the a performativity and spirituality through the Aitu. So this is a much maligned entity, like the native body, was targeted by the missionaries as incongruous to Christian doctrines. So basically they tried to erase it. Aitu are said to be the descendants of the original Atua gods, permeating all aspects of our life from birth to death. They are ancestral, they are the cheeky inner workings of your inner self, and the Christians made them oogie boogie spiritual demon bad guys. So Aitu exist in multiple spaces which can be theatrical, political and spiritual, intersecting with the realm between the living and dead, residing in this inner self. And this is where Maoli is meant to hang out. So one gets to meet Aitu in hypernatural spaces and intentional situations that break down the regular norms of the everyday. Aitu are for special occasions, both pretentious and absurd. They are still called upon today in the village life to solve serious issues by the chiefs. So they still have a presence in village life. So I've brought the Aitu into what I call the va now. So as I have adorned the va with my body, I adorn my body with the materials and fibers that connect me to land, sea, and sky. The conventional idea of a costume does not convey the depth of the spiritual and physical form and function embedded in these costumes. This is why I refer to them as the new Aitu, and it's a play on some words there, because they are fully formed, fleshed out charismas as they embody the mauli and the mana of the whaangongo and the ngafa, the genealogical stuff that they relay. So in the Moana, performativity is a method for conserving the past. Storytelling and performance are intrinsically linked. Samoan paramount leader and knowledge holder Tui Atua Tupua Tamasesi Taisi, my hero, uses whaangongo, the stories from the past, to teach us in the present. So whaangongo is a performance art that can be orated, sung, danced, and chanted. They can be rendered on our bodies in this form of the tatau and what we adorn our bodies with. So whaangongo offer me a powerful mythopoetical context, allowing me to create my own mythologies, to retell the stories, especially when I connect with museum collections and also the things that I make, especially when my things end up in the museum. The va body in this context is its own archive that informs my practice and is embedded in my creations as I revisit this genealogical past through the retelling and reinterpreting of the past and the present events in the now. So for me, institutions are not culturally safe places. Now, this is widely acknowledged by Indigenous practitioners, artists, and academics all over the world as we struggle to maintain autonomy and agency in the way that the archives can be accessed, presented, especially in our lifetimes. Imperialism, in both past and present, pushes any sort of Indigenous and all the other others ways of knowing and being to the margins. Privilege is given to the institution's modes of displaying and interpreting their collections, So we have a term called kaitiakitanga, and it's more about guardianship, not ownership. For me, museums need to acknowledge, and actually when I say museum, I'm talking about the whole GLAM industry, galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. So the whole GLAM, all the GLAM guys. So they need to acknowledge ancestral connections with collections in the archive as a continuum of the past, present, and future, all existing at once. For me, museums need to direct as much energy and resources towards cultivating and conserving the relationships that are formed with the makers and the living communities as much as they focus on the physical conservation of the things that they house. New aitu are fabricated for living, moving, tangata moana bodies, not gallery walls, mannequins, or acid-free cardboard boxes, which render an active var body stationary. I see it like it's like a state of suspended animation. And our word for that is moi mauliuli. And so it's actually got this word moli in it, so that there's all these, I've had to, like, it's intrigued me that we've all been speaking English and this is the language that's brought us all together in this room. And it's a gift, but it's also being used as a tool, as a weaponized tool to deconstruct Indigenous lives all over the world. And once so I have to get into my language, as an English speaker first and then go into these words. So now, for me, when they go in, so I've sort of over the years, I've developed a way that I can sort of part with my aitu, my new aitu. And for me, this is only when they're fully charged. They've got all the moli and the mana from being wearing, or that, they're like, like your elders, sometimes the wear and tear, and they need a little soft place to rest. So, it's this arrangement that I've had to get over and trust. It's a thing of trust, because there's just so many problematics. So they're inside the space or outside the space. It's a really, for me, they have to exist in all the spaces, inside the space, outside the space. For me, when I retire a new aitu, I present, this is what this thing is about. This lady here, Aulele, she's about to go spend the rest of her days in comfort, fully air-conditioned, acid-free. And she's look, we're putting her to bed. So the new, I create avatars. So like Aulele the second, we do an exchange of moli so that they can have the aitu, but I take the moli, and I take this moli outside the space and into the now and the future. So I mean, through this moli and the var body, things can live inside and outside the space. So mana and moli stem from the person who made the new aitu, and this is passed on to whoever body it adorns or where it's housed. The mana of Indigenous moana arts and cultures recharged and experienced in contemporary museums and exhibition spaces through the living descendants and creative practitioners of today. So our trick is, as I said, once we're gone, then how do we negotiate that exchange, and who holds that moli? So for me, the layering of genetic material, the creation of physical adornments, visual artworks, poetry, sound, ceremony, and the performative body culminate to recharge this activating of these treasures. This is putting the va in the conservation. So we need to institute more conservation so that in the future new relationships can build and grow through our cultural belongings, through our treasures. After all, it is these works that bring us together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rosanna, for letting us into this world, which is just so deep and profound and so multifaceted. I don't know where to start, basically, to ask you the first question. Perhaps there are also questions from the audience, and I would very much welcome them, or perhaps from my colleagues as well. While you are thinking, I take the freedom to ask the first one. As said, I have noted so many notions, and your master dissertation is also familiar to us because we have been in conversation for a while. The notions of conservation, right, and the verb body, fabricator, new I2, right, and savage. We have studied them a little, but they are. Each of them is so profound that one could ask questions about them. But what I would love to start with is the idea of the living body as a conservation, say as a place of conservation. I wonder, you embodied this deep indigenous knowledge, also very interestingly activating it in contemporary culture. I wonder whether this is a embodiment of preservation for me. I wonder how this itself can be basically, passed on, how this kind of in what language as well, which you addressed really interestingly, I think, because, I think language is very important to all sorts of conservation, but especially to those which are very specifically addressing certain aspects of culture, right? So I wonder, how this kind of knowledge can be granted continuity also outside this specific context. Can this be learned, the verb body, and in what language?
I know, right? It's like, the language is interesting. As I said, my lived experience is in Aotearoa, New Zealand, where English has become my first language. So every piece of Samoan and Māori I've had to either pay for it or really, take that on board. And like our navigators, they always talked about your context, and they would place themselves between the stars and to know where they were, but it was the context of where they were that would set their way of being or doing. So I took that in terms of how I could use that in a modern urban situation, because that's my reality, that's my lived experience. So, and I lived in England, I lived in London for 16 years, and that's actually where I developed a lot of this thinking, because I was really struggling with how to just be myself in the heart of the colonizer. I was like in the heart of so for me, I just, we've grown up with the anthropologists calling us hybrids, inauthentic, we've sort of come through the 90s, we've sort of got over that, only because a lot of indigenous people, practitioners, are pushing back and going, no, this is what we are. We're white skin, we're brown skin, we're straight hair, we're curly hair, we're this, we're that, we're all of these things, and that's okay, because this is the ancestor. And that's when I started looking at this body with all your strands of genealogical matter. So that's when I finally got over being called a half-caste. This is when I grew up being called a half-caste, and I used to be sitting there going, okay, well, which all these little things you go through when you're growing up. But when I started to look at the body as just pure genealogical matter, and so each strand is whole, Samoan, French, Irish, Tuvaluan. So I realized that these are all whole. They're not, my DNA is not kind of half, So that's when I started to relax a lot more with just being in the skin that I was in, and being able to give myself permission to sort of explore how we could reset. Like, I stand on the giants, on the shoulders of giants, in terms of the decolonization sort of methodologies and our protests, which all happened through the 70s. So I sort of grew up
with people fighting for the rights of language, place. And then in the 80s, it started to flourish. Well, by the time I came around in the 90s, it was really starting to just bubble up everywhere. So I'm just hoping that these sort of tools can also inspire other people to find their language, because we've all got it. It was, you know, it was beautiful listening to our last two speakers when I think some of the things I'm saying and what you're saying are exactly the same in terms of this ancestral body. You know, you say folklore, I say whaongongo, you know, so these sames. So I started to look at decolonization sort of as a bit of a hard term because it still places the West in the center. So then what happens if then we put our things, which I did literally in the center with the savage. That is literally in the center of the word. So it's about recentering your position, just like how Wayfinders did, to sort of, and then it sort of made it a bit easier. But the glam industry it's a big ship. It's very clunky to turn. It's not a nimble machine. And for all of us performative sort of bodies in the room, I'm sure at some stage it took a long time to be recognized even as artists. That's why my language gave me freedom. It's a favor. You just do stuff. You do stuff. It's not like the crafty woman and the video maker and I'm rambling. Sorry. I'll stop now.
Not at all. It's just fascinating. I also think, through pedagogy, and you also teach this stuff, right? Across
starting
different...
to. It's
yes.
I actually turn the savage that cultivate, fabricate, activate into a methodology. And so it's sort of been, So that's what happens when you put people like me in the institutions. We can start, we can actually start. Well, that's why I wrote a piece of paper. Unfortunately, that was needed for them to take a voice like mine seriously. Otherwise, you're just the artist or you're just the Indigenous person banging on about loss of culture and land, and and they get their violins out and keep carrying on. So it's having these foot in each world, and finding the positive bits to celebrate rather than lament.
It's wonderful. And I know many of you want to ask more, but I think we have to move. You can't get enough, right, of Rosanna. If you can't get enough of Rosanna, also tomorrow there is this wonderful workshop organized mainly by Jules, our colleague, in Basel, which is all about Moana Tatatau, the Pacific tattoo. And please join us. We have still some spaces, I think, free, and it would be fantastic to see some of you also tomorrow in Basel. It's on it's here, and on our website you can register. But other than this, Rosanna, let me thank you once again for this wonderful presentation and for bringing us to your world. And now I invite everyone to join us, all speakers, meaning to join us center stage for a panel discussion.
So I'm wondering if this idea of conservation through transformation is something that resonates with any or all of you.
Conservation for transformation. And you said?
Conservation as transformation, yeah.
For transformation. The whole archive is not worthwhile to have it if it's not accessible for everyone, and that you can go in and get the material and learn of it or make something with it as an artist or as an art historian. You have to go to have the access to the archive that it can be transformed, and that's the problem. It's not accessible yet.
Yeah, I think the institutions are the ones that...
She has one, I think.
I'm just naturally like... You know, I think the institutions have the most amount of work to do in terms of transformation. As you said, access is a huge one. And then too, they're bogged down by all this stuff. Like, where do you physically put it? So I think that's why I like this idea of the archives can be inside and outside a physical space. And I suppose that's, you know, but then there's always like, you know, if the world suddenly blows up and well, nothing digital works, then you can go back to the good old
Super 8.
Super 8 and physical things. So I think the artists are all doing it in their own way. So I think the transformation needs to come through the actual, you know, people who are front line in those institutions begging for money in terms of their needs. And because I know that's an issue. Space is usually an issue and like I've been to places where you ask it to see it and they'll have some little table like, you know, like this. So, you know, there needs to be, rebuilding all these is a big challenge for the institutions.
It's also a political question. For example, in the little small Switzerland, it's not yet there that they understand that not only the special works should be gathered, because it's more interesting to have networks, not only the material of artists which are high on the top, that they have to gather the networks. They have to give us access to the kitchen of artwork. Yeah, that's not happened, not accepted.
So I would also like to pose the question, if you have questions for each other that you would like to take this opportunity to ask, having seen everyone's presentations. If that's a hard one, then we can let it marinate.
I don't know if it's really a question. I mean, what just popped into my mind intuitively now is, do you really want to be conserved as a performance artist? Or it was when they asked you the question about when they bought your work and how do you talk to the institution, you were like, So I was like, I think there's this assumption that, especially I don't know, maybe I'm talking in a royal we kind of, but I think at least I think I speak for some people of my generation. I think that there is a real notion of something is broken already. So yeah, it's more about getting money, you know, and the assumption that the getting of the money is corresponding somehow, representing somehow an ethos of wholeness or something that is conserved. And I think it's much more about, so you infiltrate with this object into the, or like Rosanna's work, I found it very, for example, strong that the whole indigenous ceremony that was going on, I think it was also you in the video that said it, that we're not performing to anybody, you know, that it's that it kind of exists as a parallel thing, and the museum becomes more like a set or like a setting or something that you touch, but you don't necessarily you don't necessarily really go into their logic. So I don't know. So maybe conservation is I don't know, maybe you don't really enter it. You brush against it because that's the glam ideology, kind of. But so I don't know, I asked myself.
Yeah, I think I can definitely understand that for some artists, but for me personally, I think that's definitely not the case. Of course, I want to get money, but I also find the museum as an institution meaningful. I think it's not always meaningful what goes on in the museum, but I think the museum can be a space for social rituals in our time. And I think it's up to us, the artists, to fill that space with relevant rituals for all of us. And in my case, my work are created for that type of space, so they need that type of space to exist. So it's definitely not only about getting money, even though that is definitely a part of it.
I definitely agree with you, and I think, I totally believe in museums, but it doesn't necessarily mean I want to be conserved. So I definitely think those institutions should be, so what should be conserved in them is their ceremonial potential, but that doesn't mean that, so being bought and being conserved and going into the archive or the collection or all these ideas is one ceremony operating in this space, and it's a very specific, this ceremony has a very specific genealogy. Even within museum history, you have different ethoses. I was just talking to it with Aga outside. I mean, you have the Alexandronian idea of a museum where the muses exist, so it's not even, not really dependent on the idea of materiality. So I definitely agree with you. I think we should be enlisted for museums, but that doesn't necessarily mean being co-opted by.
I think that's why I look at the relationships, and I feel like these relationships with the living communities and the artists is really important, because quite a few times as a commodity-based exchange, I have money, I give you the thing, thank you very much. Whereas some museums that I work with, I know the people, I genuinely like them, and that's taken years, sometimes decades. So for me, those relationships is something I really really important to me in conservation. And every conservationist needs to ask you, what are they actually conserving?
What was in my mind before, that the archive has to change and the institution has to change, that we can do our things in there. And of course that it's nice to have some conservated costumes, maybe to reenact or redo or reuse it for someone else.
But I think that's also the responsibility of the artist to make sure that what we let the institutions conserve is something that is worth conserving. Because if we don't think about it actively, then they're just going to conserve the leftovers and somehow, the dead things that are left from us. But what if we can conserve the actual ceremonies that we produce?
And on this note, perhaps the conservation. Aga, would you like to add?
I like very much this discussion, and I thought, we had this discussion before, and I think that this is very important because I think that some of the art will be conserved anyway, and this is about the agencies you said of how it will be conserved as well, right? So it's not about do you want to be conserved? This is a valid question, but at the end of the day, we will be a little bit all conserved to a certain extent, or maybe everything will be gone, but there is this possibility of being conserved and the way you want to be conserved, or your art would like to be conserved as well. I don't know. That's just a comment.
I think institutions are dealing with living artists these days, and that's something that wasn't really a thing, because the museum was typically a place where you had a lot of dead, usually white men, sort of things. So I think in these generations now, we are living, breathing, talking, messy, hard work, too many emails. But these are like the sort of, that it all takes time. I'm sure they're much easier to deal with some of the ones that don't talk back. So that's where I think the opportunity for conservation is to grow with the relationship that they form with the artists, you know, and it doesn't, what was it before? They had to be some, you know, professional sort of, you know, like, it's just a professional relationship, and it's, you know, no subjectivity or objectivity, whereas, you know, I think, and yet these are the things we really value. Well, I really value the relationships that I've developed. So I think that's another good challenge for our up and coming conservationists is not just dealing with the humans that, you know, don't actually live and breathe, but the ones that are living and breathing, and making the best of those opportunities. Because it's quite hard. Like we've been around. We've really kind of cut our teeth on what we want out of museums. That took me a good 25 years. So to really, you know, and for those, there's a lot of big signs on those institutions. You know, not welcome. Do not disturb, don't talk, don't touch, you know, so there's all these, you know, so you've got to break down a lot of those barriers so that, you know, a lot of artists can actually walk in with their head, you know, with their head high and knowing what to actually ask for and knowing what they want to be conserved. So when I realized that, like, for me, a lot of the kākahu, these characters that I formed, these new I2, so I don't mind them resting there, but I've had to negotiate and been ignored in terms of visiting rights. I feel like I'm, you know, visiting a prison sometimes. It's like, so, you know, and I know how to do that now. So, you know, and I suppose that's our role as mentors to other younger beings, so that we can also, you know, it'll be interesting to see what they're needing to conserve in another 10, 20 years, you know, when you've got with the AI and all that incredible stuff that's happening in the world now, all these antiquated kind of human physical things.
Hannah, did you want the mic?
I just love this discussion, and basically what I would like to comment on that, you know, the kind of notion of conservation, I think that we discuss also here should not only be constrained to institutions, you know, and museums, because conservation, I think this is something that we find, you know, increasingly more and more often in our work in this project, is that conservation is almost, the notion of conservation is almost as broad as the notion of performance, and this is, you know, what makes it such I think fascinating but also difficult endeavor, that conservation actually, you know, kind of happens in all sorts of spaces and outside, you know, the institutions as well. So what Ida commented on, do we want to be conserved? I think we would have to also pose as a question, what kind of conservation are we addressing? Because the institutional conservation, in my view, is just only one of, of the many different types of conservation. And
I'm conserving a lot of my practice through my son. So my son works and has worked with me for 2 decades now. And it's, you know, for me, it's part of a conservation sort of process, because he's privy to and understands sort of our little personal archive. I can say to him now, can you find that photograph that was, you know, with Carlos, and so that passing down of knowledge, that those oral histories and actually in a lived experience is one of my best conservation tools that I've come up with so far. It's quite expensive though.
But, can I just quickly point out, so you have a son who is a son in a traditional sense, but I know that you're also a mentor, Rosanna, and that this kind of passing on can happen very much outside of biological genealogies, and can also be, you know, to explode the egg, so to speak.
Yeah, well, that takes down the individualistic, what is it? The individual artist kind of, like the lone artist, isolated and sort of slaving away to their own, like in a painting. And I think, as you said, through theatre and performance, it's usually a collective and collaborative process, which is, with the right tools to pass, we're constantly passing down our tools, and that's not the conservation of the performance or the physical thing, but this conserving of how, why, where you want to end up. So that's definitely a really, another stream of conservation that happens outside institutions. They can't do everything. That's why I go, institutions can't possibly do everything. The expectations of them sometimes is huge. So that, yeah, and as you said, the artists, we have the agency to actually really make sure that we, that we can be, like side by side, rather than the hierarchy of here's the institution and here's the artist. So by bringing these up so that we have a shared we share the mana, I think is another sort of really valid thing to look at in terms of institutional conservation and where the power is held.
Yeah, I am kind of, I still want to insist on the institutional thing, because I kind of really actually agree with you. I really think, I'm not sure the transformation of the institutions I want is that, of course, access is important and but it's not that I think we need more of letting artists do what they want kind of thing. It's I think that, so no, I'm hyperboling, but I mean, I think thinking about the ceremonial aspect of the institution, and I think that's kind of what I was trying to think about in my lecture, like the freeing up of the festival that happened during COVID and stuff like that. So I think there's a kind of a freeing up of the institution. So I think performance comes in handy where it actually can change the ideology of conservation within the institution. So I don't think it's just about actually, I think it's kind of scary that we will, because I actually feel we are losing the institutions in a way. I mean, and so again, it's like also what Aga said, that we are conserved anyway, but we are conserved anyway, we all on fucking Instagram. So I think there are like bigger mechanisms of conservation that everybody has their own Wikipedia that their friends edit. There's like, so there's like the conservation machine is a logic that is it surpassed the museum long ago. So actually it's an opportunity for the museum to kind of change things up. So I do think actually this should be kind of an elevation to the idea of institution. I'm like neo-institution in a way. So I think institutional critique was a problematic point in the history because it made artists just going to the museum and like saying like bathing in the how shitty it is basically. And then I don't know. So I think actually, yeah, I'm a neo-institutionalist rather than.
I'd just like to take the opportunity to also make sure that our audience online knows that we are paying attention to you. And if you have questions or comments, we're happy to hear them. We are monitoring. Aga, was that a hand?
I just wanted to comment also and make a question to you. Hannah said that there is a lot of ways we can understand conservation, but I think that there's a lot of ways we can understand institutions, right? Because we can think about the institution as a museum. That's kind of the first thought, but I actually thought about your festival. Is it an institution already? Because it goes through years, it has a structure or maybe non-structure, but there is something there, right? So festivals are sometimes also institutions. Do they conserve? Do they want to? They are interested in? Do you have any thoughts about it?
Yeah, I think I said I was performing institution. I mean, it's not really an institution because institution has to have like a real material operation behind it, and mine doesn't really. But it for sure, I mean, part of my performative thing was like operating as if I'm an institution and kind of like playing their own game, whether it's meeting bureaucratic criteria of the government or whether it's creating content kind of in a, almost like in a, sometimes in even a kind of combative way, like doing the institution better than the institution, like being, but yeah, but I do think, so I think another word for institution would be for me more entities and I mean that with, unapologetically in a spiritual way. So I do think the museum carries something, or a festival carries something that is, that is conserving something about humanity. So just looking at it as an institution, you're right, it kind of diminishes the thing. But at the same time, I do think it should be reflective of material. I don't want everybody to be me. I don't want everybody just to perform institution. I want the institutions to think what they should be, rather than I don't know if I answered.
So that to me really resonates with another kind of sort of overreaching point that I felt has come up a number of times today, which is a kind of ambivalence, and really ambivalence in the sense of being of two minds, not necessarily finding something bad or not being sure what you think about it, but really an ambivalence towards not just the institutions of art, but of even being an artist, calling yourself an artist, making art as opposed to making something else. And what you're talking about now, Ido, seems to me to have a lot to do with this question of, well, there are these different contexts and you can kind of inhabit them and use them for what you need them for. Like the context of doing a festival, and there are certain things that are then open to you in terms of your work, but then there are maybe also some things that are closed within one frame or another frame. And I feel like that's actually come up in a lot of ways. You know, Christian, you were talking to us this morning about, you know, the things that you can and can't do on the street versus, or you know, at Oktoberfest versus what you can and can't do in a museum. So I guess I'm wondering for all of you, you know, what are the right contexts for what you're doing? What does the frame of performance art make possible, or what does the frame of art, of performance art, you know, capital P, capital A, obscure, prevent, or destroy? You know, what sort of not being conserved or not being carried along when your work has to be kind of fit into a certain category? Thanks.
Yeah, that is a really good. Can you repeat the question, please? There's so many angles on that question in terms of, you know, usually I go out of my way to not use the word performance, and I use performativity, but I find that a more useful term, so it's always coming down to these terms. Whereas I've always just had to, it always seems to be a series of negotiations in terms of bringing bodies into the room. Who was it David who was going, these are big, breathing, smelly, human, that's sort of, you know, in the room, and when it sort of, that's really hard to conserve. And then what constitutes performance? You know, these are all these great, big, huge things we could talk about on an endless level, but yeah, I'm going to go and contemplate that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to any final answers today. So no pressure on that.
Just thinking about the distinction between the inside and the outside, like the museum, as opposed to the street. I think when you do something in public space, something unauthorized, something nobody asked for, there is an inherent danger as well. Things can really escalate. Things can really go in unexpected directions. I mean, I talked about how in my work, because people are unprepared, there's always a level of unpredictability, but the museum also somehow caps the unpredictability to a certain level. And this is not necessarily a bad thing, because this also prevents the things from getting out of control and getting violent, or people getting hurt, stuff like that. Which is also one of the reasons why I like to do these things inside the museum. But there's definitely something that is also lost in this safety of the institution, something that you can only reach when it's really unauthorized, maybe even illegal, and outside of the safety of an institution, for good or worse.
I find that it's very wrong to film outside performances, a festival which is outside in the public space, and then there are 3 cameras and 4 cameras and things like that. Then the public doesn't look because they think it's art, so I don't look. So you can't get in connection with the public in the public space when there are cameras. So there must be some other kind of captions, like notions maybe afterwards, or interviews or something like that.
No, I don't.
I would love to ask a question to all of you, basically a very kind of basic one. What kind of advice would you give, conservators, perhaps also, I'm afraid that we are missing those who were sitting from our MA and BA program already in the audience. They had to do some homework probably. But what kind of advice would you give to people, who engage with performance conservation or conservation of contemporary art? As makers and as, individuals who are so deeply involved in the topic of perpetuating performance.
Don't be afraid to ask the artist.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's still the previous talk lingers in my mind. So I think it's maybe even to find the ceremonial aspect of the conservation itself. Maybe the museum can open it up. And I don't know. And I think also for me, it's not always necessarily about finding the end goal of making conservation correct. Or, as I said before, I think it's okay that there is conflicting logics. I think, like in Christian's talk, it was very clear the way he thinks of the work as something that goes into the conservation room, and that's like one strategy. And other strategies could be just rubbing against the inability or that the conservation, like you said, happens somewhere else. But maybe conservationists, and maybe it's also good that there are people who are loyal to that ethic. I don't necessarily want to change them, and I think it's already changed, because the nature of art is changing, so it's by default changing. And I think we have this tendency in Western culture to immediately put the emphasis on methodology and kind of like find a way to and then to be able to transmit into, and then that the projects are interchangeable. And I think sometimes the conundrum of the theoretical can be maybe more fruitful, or that it has more longevity than immediately methodologizing it and yeah.
agree with you. Don't be afraid to ask artists and networks. They already have done so many things which are not appreciated till now.
So I will take this opportunity to ask artists as a conservator. We talked about, do you want to be conserved or not? How should you be conserved? And we also touched upon the fact that conservation comes from a place where we conserved stuff from dead white men, assuming what they wanted and how they wanted it. And I also want now to think of the audience or the public of conservation. So who do we conserve for and why do we conserve it? So why should we conserve your work and for whom?
For other artists, for interested public, for researchers, and for people who wants to take part or to wants to know more about things which happened maybe 10 years ago, 20, 30, 100 years ago. When they are interested, they should come and can work with it and see it for them.
Back to that point of don't be afraid to ask the artists, especially the living ones. And, you know, actually I just woke up this morning and one of our grand sort of elder artists has passed away, and you just think of all the questions that we always wanted to ask them. So it's building up those relationships and really taking them seriously. I think it's like, you know, there was one analogy, but it was just like, it's like Jesus is not just for Christmas. And, and I know, right? I was trying not to say it, but and it's like, when you engage with an artist, we're not just for that one time during the year. Yeah. Like, it's like, not just, you don't just, he's there all year, every year for.
Sorry, Rosanna, we're not all Christians.
Oh, it's like, I am so not a Christian. That's why I was laughing at myself going, isn't there a better analogy that I can come up with? It was like, So, yeah, but really, I've had so many occasions where they haven't asked the artist. I'm like, it's a phone call. Mm-hmm. So it's a really basic. It's a really basic thing that, so as you said, you can grow together and learn off each other rather than the hierarchy being there's the institutional knowledge and it's better than these poor deluded artists.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make as well with these amendments that I even write into the certificate, where it's not only about the museum learning from me, because there might be things that are unclear to them that I can explain. It's also me learning from them, because by showing my work, especially if it's over longer periods of time, they test it. So they will find out a lot of things that I don't know. So in the best scenario, we become kind of co-producers where it's in our common interest to make the work as great as possible by adjusting all the details that might need to be adjusted and by clarifying everything that needs to be clarified. Yeah.
Sounds a bit like VAR. If there's that reciprocity happening.
Yeah, it's a relationship. And I was thinking, like, even with your wonderful egg thing, like with conservation, there's different ways of, physically conserving the materials, and then there's other things that they might miss, like it might be missing 2 eggs, and they might want to put them back on, but you might go, no, that happened where, that's right. So conserving those stories, not just what's there, it's what's missing as well, and that you can only get by sitting and talking rather than just this commodity exchange. We bought a thing, we give you the thing, and then it gets written in a little note, and then never the twain shall meet, until somebody decides to do an exhibition. So it's just and it's a big responsibility, and I think it would possibly even slow down the process of what institutions are buying and how they buy them. and if they incorporate the artist along with the thing.
They are also, collaborative. They are also modes of ownership now that are very different and alternative, right, to this kind of standard modes where a museum owns a work. There is something about kind of guardianship, which you mentioned as well in your talk, with local communities, for instance, that Tate recently took on. But I just actually wanted to really hear your voices, if possible. Would you have any advice for conservation, for conservators of your work?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we've always been thinking about documenting our work. We haven't thought so much about conserving it thus far, but it somehow puts another meaning to all of that we do as well, no? Somehow this documentation in different forms, like in the kind of traditional video image, etc., but also like in the bodily, more like kind of sensual smells and things like that. Yeah.
I don't know, what to suggest conservators. I think, for us, I guess, stories matter a lot. So for conservators to become, good storytellers, I think that would be great. Just to be able to relate to different people from the past but present, or also tell their story somehow, or tell multiple stories. And I guess, what you mentioned, you don't need to see only what you have, but also what you're missing, right? So that's, the most important part, I think, just to see, what you left behind, I think, no? That's, I think, what would be interesting to think about as a conservator, I think.
There's a comment actually from Paul Quillard, who's a friend of our research and a wonderful performance artist who lives in Canada. Paul, if you're still there, hi. So he commented actually a while ago, but it seems very relevant to what you were just saying. He says, it seems, maybe true of all art, but especially performance, there is a moment where the story about the work becomes a part of the work. And Irena Müller commented and said she agrees with Paul. It's a mix between making of and storytelling. Pretty fascinating formats of transmitting history in quotation marks.
I was just still thinking about Emily's question about the addressee, basically, of conservation. Who are you conserving for? And I think it actually pertains to this question of history, because I do feel a bit our discussion can sometimes fall into this as if there is no history, or as if there is no contingency in our time. And even the institutional question, I mean, what happened to museums or the status of art in culture are, even when we experienced it in COVID, the fact that there was no tourism. So is actually art more of a mechanism of tourism, and it's less connected to local communities, and maybe then, so all these things are, maybe that should be conserved, so I think the fallback to having this image of conservation, or the museum as an aggregate of kind of allows for this abstraction of history. So, and I do think it's connected to the question of who it is for. And I think it's a question that artists should also ask themselves. I mean, of course we do it also for ourselves. I'm not trying to take away the privy of the thing, but because we are so, I think our minds also change. I think that's also something that is really present in your work, and maybe that's why you weren't thinking of conservation so much. But the two of you, or the two that each is one, and the divisibility of, and also in your work with the ancestral thing, so even thinking of the subjects really changed radically. We are a different subject, I think it's very easy to pretend that we are this constant thing, but we ain't. So. Yeah, so I think that this question is actually, it's a kind of a reflexive question about culture. So maybe conservators need to think, So.
But can I just say then, I completely agree. But if it's since we are changing subjects, how do we unite that with ask the artist, if the artist is always a different subject, right?
I didn't say ask the artist. No, I mean, I definitely think it's on the list. I mean, I for sure ask the artist as well, but I do think this changing nature of the authority of the individual, or I think in previous times, I mean, in different moments of art, you wouldn't necessarily. So I don't know. I mean, even when Michelangelo was painting the Sistine Chapel, I mean, let's go back to Christianity. I don't know. Do we ask him, or is he a vessel of something? I don't know. So I think ask the artist should imply a deeper question the artist needs to ask themselves. You know, like.
Please. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for everything that you've offered to us as audience today. I think it's, I've been quiet all day because I'm here to listen. It's really exciting to hear artists speak about how you work and your experience of sharing your work and creating it, and how you envision it going forward, you know, while you're here with us and while you're not. And it's really interesting to me to see a really wide range of generational representation here. I'm super interested to hear, you know, how you, I guess, people who can reflect back and people who can project forward, like how you play with time in that way or not, which is a totally fair position to take. Like, no, I'm an artist. I'm making. I'm here. I'm present. I'm not responsible for how my work lives on. And a lot of artists have, of course, taken that tack and just like, no, it's not my problem. It's your problem. And I just wanted to interject that as a conservator, I think there's a really important shift within the conservation profession taking place that is very responsive to artists and is responsive to performance artists in particular. So it's definitely not a universal change, I would say, in the whole profession. It really depends on who you're engaging with and what kind of institution you have support from or not. There are a lot of conservators in private practice also who are not responsible to an institution. So I think this is, there are many permutations of what conservation can look like. So it's a little bit of a ramble, but I just wanted to kind of offer my perspective there, and my thanks to you for sharing and being, you know, for sharing your perspectives, which are really, really wonderful to come to bring all together. If I had a question, it's more like there's something that I keep coming back to around language and how you all are kind of forced to use language to communicate about your work and to communicate to conservators and to maybe create documentation. Of course, we have video and photo, but those things kind of get interpreted through language ultimately to later on tell someone what that was or how to do it. But language is always changing, just like culture is always changing, and we're doing things. You're performance artists, and you're doing things too. So if I have a question, it's like, do you see any kind of relationship between how culture and language work and how performance works, and this tension between fixing things in a documentation, or how do you then later translate that and kind of give over control of the interpretation of those things? I think that's where a lot of the anxiety might come through in saving things for later. and having them change.
Well, I think I actually was lucky enough to actually let go of the kind of the way that people interpreted my work, because I think when I first moved to London and I was totally outside of a community that kind of just the context was taken for granted because we'd had a whole lot of shared experiences and sort of, you know, affiliations that sort of, you know, I could just be. And then I started doing kind of just what I'd always done all my life in London. And then all of a sudden, I realized it was being translated in a really different way, and it actually, at one point, it made me stop doing what I just do. You know, walking around half naked, covered in blood, because I was just like, oh, the message isn't getting through, it's getting lost in translation. And then I realized, oh my God, that's just my own ego. Get over yourself, kid. And just, you know, because, you know, I wasn't standing in my own body doing my own. Then when I just realized it was out of my control, and I let go of that, and I started to perform again, because yeah, I definitely took quite a big break because of my own frustration. But you're right, it's just how our performance is mediated through a lens. When it goes into the archive, it's mediated by these documents. It's a really beautiful thought, because there's times where we have, especially the collective, the Pacific Sisters, we had an experience where the Auckland Museum sort of, you know, we agreed that they could be the kaitiaki of 3 garments that they commissioned us. And when we got even the contract, the whole language in it was just totally commodified, the exchange, and then rewrote like painstakingly all the names of the Aitu and all the materials and their genealogies, and then it went into that system, and then it popped out basically in their language again. And it was lucky we checked, you know, so and then we sort of, you know, had to kind of sit down with, and that's that privilege I talk about of the Western canon, and how it's just so firmly placed itself in the middle of, you know, and we had to sort of, you know, politely put it to the side again and place that. So the documentation is it's a really important aspect of an archive, you know.
Hi, I'm Mie from the Munch Museum in Oslo. I'm a conservator, and the conservation of performance is now developing really, I don't know if it's developing fast, but it's developing in so many different ways. And in our museum, we don't collect contemporary art, but we have a lot of commissions, and we have a series of performances occurring every year called the Live series, or the Live, Munch Live, it's called. And since we don't collect, I ask conservators around the world, how do you document your conservation, or your performances, and particularly when there are commissioned artworks that you don't collect? No, we don't document that. Maybe the media department does, and the curator does with artist talks and such. Yeah, and Instagram. But what do the conservators do with the commissioned artworks? And they say, well, it's a luxury, we don't have the time because we collect performance maybe, or time-based media art, or any other contemporary art happening. So they focus the time in that, which I understand is a good angle. But we have the luxury to document the performances by conservators or registrars or technicians, AV technicians and such. And we do artist interviews, and it's new for us the last year. We've done some few interviews. And we are so blessed to have that, because a performance is happening once, twice, 3 times maybe, and very few people are able to experience it and see it and be there. And this is not a question, but and now I'm getting lost. But we just moved into a new museum building from a tiny one-man artist museum called Edvard Munch. But we have a performance history, booking performances since the 70s, 60s. And then we had this art historian, a curator, specializing in performance, but he could find so little documentation through our history, the Munch Museum's history. So he had a nice talk about documentation of art and what you should document and where it could be available. And what am I really saying? But we are thankful that artists are very willing to talk to us and that we could either record it just with sound or filming it. And I think my contribution now is telling how we do it at the Munch Museum in Oslo. Even though we don't collect, we have commissioned artworks, and we think it's so important to make it available for the future. So, yeah, a comment.
Shall we not end the conversation, but transition it to one that involves the alcohol?
Yes.
Well, then.
Yes, so before going on this, just very briefly, just want to say thanks again, everyone, really, most of all our wonderful speakers for your fantastic contributions and all we have learned from you. Thank you so much. I'm just going to clap. Thank you. Also, our wonderful audiences for staying with us, sticking with us so long, for interacting in questions. Our wonderful audiences online as well, thank you so much for joining us. And your questions as well. Yes, a little apéro is being served outside. Yes, I also want to say big thanks to our 2 technicians, Charles and Krzysztof, for managing the many difficulties in the room. I want to also say huge thank to Aga, who is from Activating Fluxus, another parallel project, who was documenting the event here. And I also would love to thank my both colleagues who were fantastic, really great in preparing this event and hosting it here. So thank you so much, Jules and Emily. All right, thanks so much, Hakabe, and the event is closed. Please let's transit to our apéro.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes.